Yeah, y'all know we lie. Y'all know we do. Always pushing help folks better understand the self. So I got a lot of immigration news, man. Shout out to Audra, man, for sending me some information on. I got a big video coming out on the Black Caucus. I've been doing my research. I'll wait for everybody to join in on the chat. Yeah, I'm kind of late today, but I'm gonna stand on the business. I'm gonna open up the chat too, man. It was a good one last night. That was crazy. But salute to everybody who been subscribing to the channel. Shout out no love Chuck. Everybody who been subscribed, man, holding it down. We getting in. Shalom, Carleon. What's good, bro? Salute. Renaissance woman. Appreciate y'all. Man, we getting on these politicians. Y'all know how we do. Always staying on it. Changing it for the worse. Didi, what's good, family? Salute, man. Yep, man, I got some news for y'all on these politicians today. We're gonna go in, man. We're gonna go in. These politicians, man, it's the streets, really. I'm finna prove y'all that. I'm finna prove y'all that the politicians is the streets. You looking funky fresh tonight. Shout out to me. Appreciate you, Tanika Bishop. Call dog, what's good, family? Call dog in the building. Man, I'm finna show y'all these politicians that selling drugs, man. I'm finna show y'all, I'm finna prove y'all. You put majority of these politicians are crooks, and I'm pissed about the theft and no arrest at all. We ain't seeing no arrest. Ricky's World, what's good, family? I'm suffering from tether fatigue, bro. For real, man. I'm telling you, I'm suffering from it bad. Yo, what's good, man? It's always good to tap in with y'all. For real, for real. But check this out. Let me show y'all this, man. So it's been a politician. Now, I'm gonna connect the dots for y'all, right? But check this out. Y'all already know how it be when you got your entourage. Jersey City in the building. Salute. We had Florida in the building yesterday. Normally we got California heavy. But check this out. So here, we got Vivek Ramaswamy, right? Check out what he do. He his bodyguard, his family bodyguard. Now what's the irony of this? He put they've been selling dope and running 304s. But check this out. Vivek, right? Mama Lisa in the building. Mama Lisa, love you, man. Appreciate you for tapping in. So Vivek, family bodyguard, bro. Not not somebody who just a security or something. Family bodyguard arrested for drug trafficking charges. Everybody in the building tonight. Shout out to the mods. Vivek Mudge, JD Vance are plants. Man, I'm telling you, man, check it out. So now this is why I know that Vivek is involved because we know I had did a video, y'all, probably about last year, and it was saying how in India you can get prescription drugs and all of these drugs fentanyl for the lowest, the cheapest in the world. And a lot of these companies they buying it through India for real low, and then they pretty much like 1,000% the price. So they'll get a medication pill from India for like $6, and then charge a patient in the United States like $500 for that same thing. So that's when I realized that in India, that's where you get all of this prescription medication for free. And they had people on videos saying, hey, if you go to India, you get all of this prescription medication for low. You don't even need to be prescribed. You know how in America, like a doctor got to prescribe you. You go over there in India and some of these countries, you just get what you want. You pay for it, you get it. But Vivek is not a legal citizen. So I'm saying all that to say this. If in his country, he is known for having that stuff very fruitful. So it says Justin Salisbury, the bodyguard of Vivek Ramaswamy family, was arrested last week alongside his wife. Now, prosecutors said the couple received over 250 packages containing drugs between August 2024 and December 2025, according to the criminal complaint. Now, they could have easily told us where he was getting the drugs from. Okay, they were sending packages containing drugs from, was it from India or not? Let us know, right? But then it says here, Ramsey, a former Republican president, now let me put it here to what they say, what they found. Check out what they found. So during the search of the couple's home, law enforcement found 264 grams of blue fentanyl pills, 938 grams of methamphetamine pills, 19 grams of MDMA. The complaint against Rakin said she later said that she believed the blue pills were benzos and some of the others were Adderall. So do we feel that Vivek ain't know nothing about this? He just, the bodyguard would just, and he's your bodyguard, so I know you paying him well. But what's up, Tania Solani? Tania in the building. We got the whole. They got intents to steal the election for him. I don't think he gonna win, man. He just had a bad time. He just took himself off social media. I'm gonna show y'all that what he said, but I don't know, man. His security guard might tell on him. But check this out. He put half of the politician are dope. Real, man. I wish I could have caught him back in my day, man. But now you got Vivek is upset because, the white people is picking at Vivek. They don't really want him. They're making fun of him. So check this out. How he deleted his social media. And, all the pressure was getting to him. That's crazy. He should be aware. Carleon, man, I think he aware, but I think that, them funds, it's time to get funds up. It's time to be building up your funds to have them donors. I did some investigation. Shout out to Ardra. We was doing investigation on them donors and it looked suspect, man. I got a big video coming out on that. But you need to be able to generate money so you can say like, man, I generated this much money. See, them politicians really need money. And I can see them doing this just to, have political money that's going into their campaigns. But check this out. Let me stop it. This is Ricky World in the building. But this is Vic Ramsey right here. Check this out. Check out what he do.
10 months, Ohioans will be electing a new governor. But as that race heats up, one of the candidates is stepping back from social media. We've seen how sites like Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok can influence voters. So News 5 Columbus Bureau reporter Morgan Trow is digging into the reason behind this decision and the impact it could have on the campaign.
We do live and breathe social media.
And it's become an essential and inexpensive tool to reach a wider audience.
It is absolutely critical in today's day and age that somebody that wants to be successful in politics, or really just influencing the conversation in any way, is involved and engaged on social media.
It's a tool that Tex Fisher knows well. He's a social media ghostwriter for politicians and candidates. But sometimes viewership isn't always a good thing.
Find yourself on the wrong side of an echo chamber and you're just essentially being harassed.
He says that the key is having a thick skin, which he knows since he's also a state lawmaker. He adds that people need to know when to put their phones down, which is what GOP-endorsed gubernatorial candidate Vivek Ramaswamy is doing. Ramaswamy announced that he's deleting social media, saying it's too easy to get a distorted sense of the public's concerns. In his Wall Street Journal op-ed, he wrote that it has coordinated influence that hides behind armies of avatars, creating a false impression of grassroots support, which can skew his beliefs on what Ohioans care about.
And remember the context of people might be really mad about something and they don't even live in Ohio.
But in a December op-ed for the New York Times, Ramaswamy condemned the massive amount of racism he faces, saying, "My social media feeds are littered with hundreds of slurs, most from accounts that I don't recognize." And Democratic candidate Amy Acton has also faced a significant amount of anti-Semitic comments, both online and in person, back when she was the COVID-era health director. She frequently faced protesters outside her home, but she didn't regret being public.
I am incredibly proud of the work that Governor DeWine and I did.
But critics online argue that Ramaswamy just couldn't stop making mistakes, citing a post he made that's become key to Acton's campaign.
My opponent said we are lazy and mediocre and not working hard enough.
Fisher said that with something like that, scrutiny comes quickly.
None of us are immune to making mistakes or slipping up or saying things that, maybe we don't need to say.
Fisher says that the best way to treat social media is in
a mindful and balanced way.
Ramaswamy says that his campaign will still be updating his accounts, just he won't be the one scrolling. How long this will last, only time will tell.
Okay, so personally, he's taking a step back. I mean, Morgan, certainly we can't be seeing this trending. We can't see a lot of politicians leaving social media.
Katie, yes, this is actually super unique, especially for somebody who really built a lot of his following based on his online presence. That being said, I do know a lot of older lawmakers who aren't the biggest fans of social media or who don't check it often, but they've never announced that.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. All right, Morgan Trout, live for us tonight.
So y'all see us getting to them. All of these tethered, these names that they get called is getting to them, and they don't want to hear that on social media. Vivek was bought in politics by Peter Thiel. Yeah, Peter Thiel sound familiar. I can't put a face to him right now, but yeah, as y'all see, it ain't looking too good for Vivek right now. I don't think he gonna win Ohio, but white people are too giving him the same hell. They don't want him there. But then we got old girl. So Ilhan Omar. She the one who really made us realize that we really got to check these politicians' background. But salute, she put I know. Peter Thiel running JD Vance also. Okay. Salute. Peter Thiel is as evil as can be. We gave him billions to start planning. I can't put I'm gonna figure out what that is though, but I'm going to I'm gonna pull out what happened to what happened in Minnesota. Because they comparing that Minnesota, the shooting of ICE is kind of getting out of hand. officer loose. And I want to show y'all what they got now. They identified the officer. But do y'all think he may be in more trouble because he shot a white woman than if he would have shot a black woman or a black person in general? The Heritage American, aka the white copycat version of FBAs, are heating Vivek up online. They are. They're doing that. And that's what made him, he can't take it. And this is why they can't be in politics. Like, this is probably the end. I don't think they'll ever be able to be in politics again. Let me show you this, and that's how it should be. I think it's weird. I want to pull y'all up on the shooting. Okay. Update. I'm finna open up the chat in a little bit, man. Hopefully we don't got too many haters. They be throwing us off. But so they talking about investigating, and check this out.
Security possible.
The head of Minnesota State Investigations Agency said that they have been cut out of the investigation into the fatal shooting in Minneapolis. Can you explain that reversal?
I'd like to know where they've been and why they're not out on the streets investigating all of these people that are harassing and inciting violence on law enforcement officers right now. They're allowing the situation to be volatile. They're not doing their work. Yes, sir.
They've been cut out.
They have not been cut out. They don't have any jurisdiction in this investigation.
Minnesotans, I will continue to press that we be part of the investigation, that we do the investigation, so that Minnesotans can trust what the outcome is. I don't have a predetermined notion. Yes, I saw the video. Yes, I saw that. But a thorough investigation will see what happened before that. It will take all factors in, and it will come up with a fair and just conclusion. And we will accept that. Very, very difficult for Minnesotans to think in any way this is going to be fair when Kristi Noem was judge, jury, and basically executioner yesterday.
I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop.
LA, what's good? LA Hopkins. So, oh my bad. Let me get to this, but
It looks real online. Universities offering any degree.
All right, I'm gonna open up the lines, man. I want to know what y'all think about this. You put stuff that's getting wild and crazy out here. Yeah, I'm gonna open up the lines. I want to know what y'all think about this. It is getting crazy, but we got political drug dealers, and we got ICE killing white women. I ain't gonna say. I mean, dang, I kind of made it race a white woman. He took somebody out. Family compiled and still lost his life. Yeah. What is that Neuralink thing? Didi, what is Neuralink, bro? It's something you put in your... Tim Walz did call for insurrection by calling LA, Portland, and Chicago to help Neuralink gonna be like the Minority Report. Man, we gotta see. I don't know how they gonna do that. But definitely I want to show that's Elon invention. But I'm saying it's Elon invention, but what is it for? Like what? A microchip company for your brain. Okay. Yeah, that sound too scary. I don't even need a job and apply for ICE just cause I can't wait. Man, grabbing them up, bro. I heard they paying about Ameswell. What's good, family? I can't. Man, listen. Black Boy Wonder in the building. My sandbox. What's good, fam? We got Mama Lisa in the building on stage. Mama Lisa, what's good? Love.
Hey, that water, last night you couldn't hear me. I can hear you and can on.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you last night. I tried to tap you in, Mama.
Yeah, I heard you. I just come up to speak to everybody. You know, I type a little slow. So if I don't get a chance to speak to you personally, I'm trying and can on. And I just want to let you know, don't let that man come up here and take up all our time tonight there, Walter. What my little girl name? She here tonight. She give us a lot of good stuff last night. I enjoyed y'all.
Audra, you talking about Audra?
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah, I spoke to. I mean, I emailed her, but I don't know if she gonna be on today. We ain't see her come on, but yeah, she had a lot of good information.
Yeah, she did. Don't make me know that I get good information for all y'all up here. She'll probably come on in a little late and can on.
I hope she do.
Yeah. All right. I just want to speak to everybody hi, and I sure do love y'all. If I think of something, I'll come back later. But I'm gonna get on down out here, Water.
Okay, Mama Lisa, we love you. So good to see you here for real, man. It's always good to see you, Black Boy. Blessing to the fam. So we got look. I'm gonna let y'all see what. Shout out to this is what. Show y'all. This is what they've been saying. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. 1 second. Everybody tapping in, man. Yeah, I want Audrey to come tap in because she gave some information, man, and I'm gonna drop on the Black Caucus. It's looking real fishy. I can just say that. Especially with them donors. But check this out. This is Ilhan Omar. Now, have y'all ever seen? We have never seen. You see how them white women jumping in front and trying to stop ICE from deporting them? We ain't get that same energy when stuff was happening to us. It's like, why they so connected to the Somalians like that? We ain't never see them jump out the gate, jump out the gate for us like that. Have we? But I want to show y'all this real quick. Salute to everybody. Didi put there being paid. He was calling for us to riot like we did for George Floyd. Oh yeah, they ain't getting us to do that. We ain't doing that. We not doing that. But I'm sure they trying. I'm sure they gonna try. But check this out. This is with Yeah, like we ain't been receiving this kind of. Let me share my screen, y'all, real quick. Check this out. Like we ain't been receiving this kind of abuse, but check this out.
Back up now. I'm a physician. Renee Nicole Good, the 37-year-old mother of three, fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minnesota Wednesday morning, was a stay-at-home mom who didn't show any signs of activism, according to family. Videos have gone viral of the shooting where Good was killed when she allegedly floored her Honda Pilot into a federal agent after blocking them in a residential Minneapolis neighborhood during an immigration operation.
Look at her car though. Look what she doing though. This is my point. Why, like, some people saying this was a whole plant. We got Rio, man. Rio is in the building, man. He ready to cause some drama, man. Shout out to you. Put the white people are jumping out there for them because they see a new workforce they can exploit. Okay, so of course they jump and protect their investment. Okay, so now you coming on board, Rio. You coming on board. The whole world was conditioned specifically against us for a very long time. Yeah, that's crazy how she blocking that. Can you imagine, bro, somebody like Karen was out of control? I'm gonna play it. Let's keep it moving.
Good was shot in the head as she attempted to drive off, crashing into a parked car down the road. Born in Colorado Springs, Good, whose full name was Renee Nicole Macklin Good, was a devout Christian who took part in youth missions to Northern Ireland as a child. Good had 3 children, a 15-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son with her first husband, and a 6-year-old son with her second. Good had moved to Valley Falls, Kansas with her parents after her second husband, who suffered from PTSD.
That's good to know. Shout out to Origin, man. 510. You put the officer who shot her was dragged by a vehicle 6 months ago and needed stitches. Okay. Okay, that's what made sense. It made sense because she minded her own business. So he was probably like, look, man, I ain't doing this no more. You ain't running over me. We ain't doing this no more. She should have been home with her children. She got paid to be causing.
Died in 2023. She then moved to Kansas City, Missouri.
She either got paid or she was manipulated. They probably like told her like this is a good fight to fight, but I don't know. It's a lot of white women I've been seeing like standing in the way of people doing their job. So I don't get what it is.
Before relocating to Minnesota last year and claimed on social media to be experiencing Minneapolis, displaying a pride flag emoji on her Instagram account. Her ex-husband said Good was a stay-at-home mother. The former spouse, who remained anonymous, never saw his ex-wife as an activist and didn't know her to participate in protests. He said Good and her current partner had just dropped off the 6-year-old at school before they encountered the ICE agents. Video following the shooting appeaed to capture the heartbroken partner hysterically crying after Good's death.
Hey, was you riding with her? Did you call any of your people yet?
The Trump administration tagged Good as a domestic terrorist after the shooting. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them. An act of domestic terrorism, DHS Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. After the fatal shooting, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey launched a furious attack on ICE.
ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
Good was killed on her older sister's birthday, her uncle Robert Ganger told ABC Denver 7. Her parents described her as a caring human being who was killed in a stupid circumstance. Renee was one of the kindest people I've ever known, her mother, Donna Ganger, told the Star Tribune. She was extremely passionate. She's taken care of people all her life. She was loving, forgiving, and affectionate. She was an amazing human being. She was probably terrified, Ganger added, saying the circumstance of the death were so stupid.
So there y'all see it, bro.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and
It's getting crazy out here. It's really getting crazy out here. But we know we know that it did look like she was trying to run the office over, but they had a plan for us. They had a plan for us that is why they are so angry and want to give all our money to the immigrants. They show giving all our money to the immigrants right now. Look in his bank account. Right, like I said, I stand where ICE get those Somalians out of here. Yeah, she had 3 kids and a devout Christian. Why did she disobey the law? Doesn't the Bible say obey the laws of the land? They going hard for the white women. Yeah, man, and that's a bunny, so you know they going. Bro, y'all still think slavery is what they told us? What is it, Origin? What is it, man? Big facts, what is it? See if we can get this one on. This is what just what's been going on. This is the lady card. You put reparations now. Man, we own it. If we could stop them from giving out all this money, that'll be a first start. But they act like they got to give out billions and now we ain't got no money. Did y'all see how they said that in California they approved the $5 million reparations, but they saying they don't have the money in California. So it's like, how y'all ain't got the money, but y'all got the money for everything else? The first slaves in America was white. Okay. Yeah, come tap in. I want to hear what you got to say about that. It said the first slaves in America was white. Gavin is stealing them blind. Yeah, he is, man. She wasn't even obeying God's law. She was in a homosexual relationship. If she can't follow the Most High, who is the man that she should listen to? We have to pull out. We have to pull out, brother. That is our money. Everybody eat off us. Yeah. Everybody eating off us right now. Black Wanda said, I don't know how to feel about this, truthfully. You don't know how to feel about the white woman getting shot. That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, I can understand what the officer is saying, bro. You drove up, he got ran over 9 months ago. You know what I'm saying? She's not even Somali, and she's just trying to stop the beef. She's trying to just stop. She's trying to stop the investigation. Let me put, bro. I say you don't know how to feel about this one. Man, well, you know, the narrative is already going on the internet, and They got a whole bunch of protesting in the streets. They trying to get black people to go protest in the streets. What do you think black people should do? If y'all don't know what to think about this, I want to get what y'all think in the comment section. Should black people join in and say, hey, the police shot ICE killed somebody. We're going to protest with everybody. Do y'all feel like they should be out there? You're right. He voted to all the protesters go on. Well, I wish I would see a black person out there with a sign up, minding our black business, period. Hey, you know it's gonna be some Democrats out there, man. Y'all know how it is. But heck to the knob. Again, from a legal standpoint, and I ain't even talked to my cousin, who was a cop. She said, yeah, he was justified because he was in the front of the car. Shout out to Tanika, man. Unless you're trying to join old girl, for real. I think we should give them what they gave us. Bro, I ain't see nobody out there. You know, I ain't see nobody out there when Rodney King got beat down or anybody we got killed. You know, I'm gonna cover Rodney Hitton this week too, man. He was they've been fighting that man in the prison, in the jail. I gotta put some spotlight on him. Yeah, we gotta get things done for the FB and they listeners. Shout out Money Man. Having Jasmine Crockett, having crocodile tears. Crocodile tears, that make me think of Officer Tatum when CK. Black people should not be out there because what we are protesting is unjust. You're talking about federal agents who are arresting and removing illegals in the country. Right, I ain't see them standing in line when they was arresting black people for a flower. They was arresting us for flowers, shooting us, kicking the doors down just because we had a particular flower. He put, what's your lineage, bro? Cherokee. Dedication 666. What's your lineage? Dedication. Other rations were only at the protest. Yeah, the Rob. I just seen another. For real, they did, bro. That's sad, bro. That's sad, bro. But got two Rodney Kings with that. Let's just get along. Black American. Okay. All right. Workers Union overthrew a real. Right. So you could be Black American, but you could still have Caribbean descent. You can still be from somewhere else. You know what I mean? Yeah, you could be born in America and you could be black. So by default, you Black American, but are you foundational? Are you, you know what I mean? It's a difference. If you from Florida, you know about the Negro tribes. Oh yeah. Seminole tribe. I'm gonna do a video on that too. About the black tribes. Yeah, man, it's illegal, bro, and it's costing us more money. It's costing. It's definitely costing us more money. For real, for real. But yeah, they got the Louisville joins nationwide ICE protests. It's a nationwide protest, y'all, that's going on. But stay neutral. Yeah, the Louisiana tribes. You put very foundational. Okay, going back to Alabama and South Carolina. Okay, okay. Big facts, big facts. My mom's side is Carolinas. My dad's side is the Carolinas too. And my dad's mom's side, that's Mississippi, New Orleans, all of that over there. So I salute anyone who was on code. I appreciate that, bro. We trying to push the code. We trying to make the code. We trying to make the code the norm because off code is just becoming so popular nowadays. I'm chilling. Nobody cares. Man, they making it nationwide. It's like it's people in Louisville all over the place. So it's like I don't know what they're gonna do, but you see, it's probably all Democrats, bro. The Lord said, I don't believe that. What you mean you don't believe? Blacks are waking up to the scam against us. Yeah, they is, man. We waking up. We not having that no more. But shout out to Markeith was like, man, this is stage. I'm like, damn, you think it's stage, bro? It looked real to me. It ain't look like nothing was staged, but it's crazy to me that they are doing all of this for illegal aliens. Yeah, it blows my mind. We never seen them crash out like this for anything else. Like, why would they do it for Somalia? You know, you wasn't even doing that for Mexico. I could say I did see them doing some stuff over there when they was taking out the Mexicans and stuff like that. Our time has come to take our rightful place. For real, this is George Soros and his paid protesters. Yeah, big facts. Have you ever heard of King George III? No, it sounds familiar though. It sounds familiar. Doing it for votes. Yeah. Mama Lisa said this was not staged. For real. It looked so real to me. It looked like that could really happen for real. Clarence Diggs, what's good? They said they doing it for the votes. I gotta agree with you on that. They need them people here. But I'm like, why didn't they do that? Why didn't they do that for the you did like no, we had a black woman, a black congresswoman was trying to protect somebody for going to jail. She got arrested. We had a black woman that really got arrested for doing that. They was finna arrest the mayor, and she's stopping the guards from arresting the mayor. It's like they were kind of crashing out from Mexico, but not as bad. Yeah, not as bad as this. Like even when I showed y'all the video when they caught the daycare, and the lady was like, they ain't even ICE. They just sitting there trying to, tell her about the situation. She was talking about, don't open up. Don't open up. It's ICE. I'm like, dang, lady, they just trying to speak to the people and see what they is. So they got them Karen support 100. Yeah, they want us to riot, but we ain't doing it. I guess they have to protect these Somalians because they're keeping them paid with all this fraud. Yeah, they probably using the Somalians' face to get some of the fraud. Sometimes it's better for the politicians to, dirty somebody else's face up. I think that's what the Black Caucus be doing. They be bringing people in, but they'll use you for the scam. Like your name will get used for the scam. You go to jail, but everybody done ate. These Black politicians do not protest when Black people are mistreated. Yeah. Yeah, bro, we gotta get to the leaders. That's why we gotta start something. I'm trying to get it on my Discord page. I want to get something together, man. That we gotta get to where we have to be pushing our people that we feel. We gotta always push somebody that's FBA. And we gotta know that they on code and they standing on business. And we gotta let everybody know, look, this who we pushing, And we can't get nobody that's already seasoned. No, we need somebody that's grassroots we putting on. Now, it could be somebody out there that's grassroots, but I don't know, man. I trust somebody that we grooming. What you say, when them crisis actors unite with their powers combined to form anti-immigration Negro. Yeah. And let the American people see it. Didi put, there are plenty of us that God is raising up. Yeah, I'm with you. No career politicians, bro. It's too risky. We need somebody grassroots. We know that, you still got to hold to the grassroots, to the people at the bottom. I don't want to really support no politician that's already been playing the game. FBA should vote for politicians that we already have dirt on. For real though, we got dirt on them, and they know they gotta. That's how you gotta do them though. Did you see the interview on BAM Live? No, I ain't see that. You mean BAM, Black Alpha Network, or BAM? I don't know what BAM's is. But I gotta check her out though. I just hope she ain't no politician that's really already doing this. Yes. Oh yeah, you mean Black Alpha. Okay. I figured that. I figured you meant Black Alpha. But I'm gonna check. I want to check I'll check her out. I want to see what they got. I don't mind that. Now, I want to show y'all they got this mayor, bro. Y'all won't believe this. You're not gonna believe this. But y'all heard it here. They should definitely have term limits. FBA for life. Memphis in the building. What's good, man? M-Town. All right, y'all check this out. Y'all heard it here first, bro. Y'all heard this here first. But look how they try to put this young black man name in the dirt, right? Check this out. Now, remember what y'all said about somebody put in the comment chat? It was like, you got to have dirt on the politicians. Afro Elite that interviewed the woman running for Illinois. Okay, I seen that. I didn't see the whole interview, but I looked and I seen a little bit of what she was talking about. He put, I don't respect that. But check this out. Remember we was talking about that? I think that's what they do to these black so state police investigating Arkansas mayor who became the youngest black mayor elect in the US after tip from FBI. So I'm gonna play it for y'all so y'all could see.
It takes Chuck and Mac, who takes Chuck home to that apartment, has not called, texted.
This is the right one.
Right now, the mayor of Earl, Arkansas, right across the river in Crittenden County, is under investigation by the Arkansas State Police. ASP says their criminal investigation division is investigating the mayor, Jalen Smith, after allegations surfaced he had an inappropriate contact with a minor. The investigation was started after a tip came from the FBI. Mayor Smith was sworn in as the youngest mayor in our country back in 2023 at the age of 19. Action News 5 has reached out to the FBI for more information. As you know, they don't generally share much about their investigations, but we'll update you just as soon as we learn more about this case.
So I own a pool company, and
so y'all say the FBI, think about this, right? The FBI tipped them and said, you know, how the FBI gonna tip them on that? Do that is gonna be an FBI RICO case. See, this is wild. Yeah, FBI knew about the Nigerian mayor staging a hate crime while campaigning, but did nothing. Yeah, man, they know who to arrest and who not, you know, who to keep on the payroll, and people who got the complexion for the protection. You know how this go. But yeah, it's just been a lot of going on with, you know, black politicians. You put dang 19-year-old mayor is kind of fire. Yeah, it made me feel like it's hard for him to have a strong hold on the past. So I would think somebody 19 like that, kind of fresh mind, you can probably, you know, impressionable. Salute, Racehead in the building, man. Appreciate you, bro. Always tapping in. Mama Lisa, they love playing in our faces if we let them. Jasmine Crockett, man. It's on us to raise our children right. If we want politicians that reflect our interests, we damn near have to raise them, you know, in a community with only us or pure isolation. You right, bro. You right, bro. Pure isolation. Yeah, they went through the old text, through the phone company, most likely. Hey, check this out. So this is IU Indy Black Student Union upset over MLK dinner cancellation. So it seemed like Democratic news that they cancel a dinner, and you got the black, I'm gonna show y'all too, the Black Caucus is around here saying black people don't have any, let me show you. The Black Caucus is saying that Trump is trying to eliminate these seats. So check this out. I was gonna cover that. Check this out. This is the new narrative that they pushing now. They know we trying to get them up out of office, but they want to come on here and say a Supreme Court ruling could bring historic drop in black representation in Congress. Now they know we coming. We've been coming at them hard on the internet. A lot of big names too been coming at the Black Caucus hard. They just been stealing a lot of money, right? And they claiming black. And y'all, we did the research on the donors, bro. That video coming out is gonna be crazy. You know about the weather underground movement? Nah, Reach. Bring me up to speed. Bring me up to speed. Oh man, salute Sheila Crow. I appreciate you. Sheila always tapping in. You a real one. You a real one for that FBA all day. So you put the Weather Underground is an American left-wing Marxist militant organization, first active in 1969, founded on the Ann Arbor campus of University of Michigan. Okay. All right. Salute Sheila though, holding me down. We appreciate you supporting us. Big facts, big facts. Ricky World put Jasmine Crockett look and talk like an immigrant. We still got to run the history just to be sure. Yeah, we still gotta. They mad because we exposing them, we canceling them. It's getting a lot of pressure. Y'all having a lot of Caribbean people in here, and they coming up with this news, which I think is fake. The United States could be headed toward the largest ever decline in representation by Black members of Congress, depending on how the Supreme Court rules in a closely watched redistricting case about the Voting Rights Act. For decades, the landmark law that came out of the Civil Rights Movement has protected the collective voting power of racial minorities when political maps are redrawn. Its provisions have also boosted the number of seats in the House of Representatives filled by Black lawmakers. Now, when they say Black, they got to understand we mean Black by Black American. Don't tell me Black and they from another country and all of this. That's largely because in many southern states where voting is often polarized between a Republican supporting while majority and a Democratic supporting Black minority, political map makers have drawn a certain kind of district to get in line with the Voting Rights Act Section 2 provisions. In these districts, racial minority voters make up the population large enough to have a realistic opportunity of electing their preferred candidates. So, let me see what y'all saying. Flat blackness is over. Salute. See, but that's a lie. They ain't Black. They not like us. That's what I'm saying. Like, we gonna have to make it very specific so they can, because they playing games with this African American, all of these terms they using, they playing games with us. We got to make sure it's very specific how we name ourselves, what we saying, how we call ourselves. Because I'm telling you, but I would prefer to get all of them people up out of there. Everybody that's up in this Black Caucus, get them people up out of there, man. This don't make no sense. African Americans ain't African. Our main problem is the tether they are sabotage. Yeah. Our main problem is the tether. Yeah. It is the tether, but this is the group in 1971. This started, and this was the start of them putting immigrants into political positions in 71, bro. We must stop letting them identify us. Yeah, they identify us with different names, Black, and they could just play with the money so many different ways. They got so many different names they use. Yeah, that's what they screaming now. We're not gonna have any We're not gonna have any tethers in the Black Caucus. Like we're glad at this. We don't want no more tethers. What's your thoughts on having dirt on your elected officials? I mean, truth be told, I'm out here, exposing them on YouTube. So I'm exposing a lot of stuff that's going on with the Black Caucus. So I'm just putting the dirt right on YouTube. So it's like, I don't know. You put it's weak. You're someone that's stand-up person. Yeah, but they'll still try to play games. Like people are still you got to take that having dirt on your political with a grain of salt, because sometimes people be lying. Like I'm more on the truth. I'm not trying to expose no dirt on you. It's like if you scamming, we're gonna bring it to the light. But I don't care about dirt or like what you done did in your past. Like, I don't know, that ain't nothing to me. But if you scamming the people and you taking taxpayers' dollars, yeah, we gotta talk about that. But that little crazy stuff like having dirt on politicians, I don't know if that's gonna do anything. We just got a name African American. We just got a name African American in 1988. Ask them African tribal who was we before then. Yeah, we need more FBA men. Yeah, we definitely got to find our own stand-up people. But yeah, we ain't getting into them tactics. I don't think them tactics is going to do us any good. It don't even work, bro. Having dirt. But now, if somebody is, if somebody is a scammer, yeah, you got to, we putting that out. We letting the people know. Yeah. They done gave a lot of people billions and stuff, bro. I done seen that, giving countries billions of dollars for help. But I came to realize that we are, since Black Wall Street, we're the enemy. So we're at war with them. So they're not finna give us no money. Definitely FBA or nothing. But no, we can't get no FBA, no Greek FBA, bro. Like some of these FBAs, if you done been indoctrinated or took oaths and stuff like that, we don't need you representing us because you've been already indoctrinated. So we don't need that. We don't need that. Ricky World put, yeah, we gotta vet them too. Some FBA's politicians are just trash. Yeah, they're either married to white. Yeah, bro, it's some FBAs now that they with the system, like they are with these people. So, okay. Shout out Sheila said, I could trace my ancestors back to the Crenshaw Plantation in South Carolina. That's what's up, Sheila. Can't nobody tell you nothing about you came from no Africa. Quiet as kept. Americans are getting free money also. Yeah. Corey Green in the building. Salute, fam. Salute, man. Got everybody touching in. LaVon Williams put, I'm new here. I enjoy your live streams. Keep up the good work, and the chat is fire. Appreciate that, LaVon. Cash App better than Super Chat, Water God. Oh, man, yeah, bro. Always, but whichever is better, whichever is best for y'all, man, to donate to the, I like being part of this new black media, man. Y'all gave me the title. But man, I appreciate that. The only dirty that is needed in your ancestral land, which is the dirt by which all the wealth of America is generated. So stop and analyze the true fight and reclaiming your ancestral estate. Okay, shout out to Christopher, man. You always be putting it in. I appreciate that. Yeah, we've been man, I wish we would have had Corey last night, man. Corey, we had you man, we had an African calling in last night, bro. That would have been By Silver. It's going up fast, man. I was just talking to my homie about that, man. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, silver and gold, bro. But silver is much more easier asset to but yeah, we had a good one last night. Kind of threw us off. Mama Lisa was like, man, they throwing us off. Water, I got those pictures for you. Okay. That's what's up, Mama. I want to check them out. But my granddad said my channel, I'm gonna start hitting you up from the side of the. Okay. Yeah, man. I wanna know how the channel going and stuff too, man. I can definitely help you out on some stuff, whatever I could. Where was the tether? It was from Africa, bro. It was from Africa, man. But he sounded like a white dude, for real, for it. I ain't even gonna cap. He sounded like a white dude. He is trying to kill off blacks in Mosul. Yeah, Black Boy Wonder, man. That was wild last night, bro. We always have an interesting person. But Mama Lisa said we gotta teach them. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? We gotta school people because they don't know. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I be more, trying, because Mama Lisa been pushing that. Like, man, you gotta teach them. But some of these people, Mama Lisa, they need to learn on their own. We ain't got time for that, teaching all these tellers. That dude last night was East and West Africa, South Africa, depending on where the approach changes. Yeah, bro, he said Africa. Like, nobody don't never just say Africa. You gonna say, bro, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Kenya, I'm from Ghana, from, you know what I'm saying? You gonna say something. You ain't finna just say I'm from Africa. If you Somalian, you gonna be, I'm from Somalia. I just don't get it. Yeah, guy had to be an agent. And he from California too, man. I just feel like a lot of these, we've been having some people that call in that been suspect, bro. We even had somebody call in that was an actual work for the government, for a Nigerian government. Corey had looked that up. This is crazy. That would have been a good one, bro. I would have wanted to see that one. That would have been so funny, bro. But I'm sure we're going to catch another one. We're going to catch another one. Because for some reason, I don't know why they be in on the channel. Yeah, they use Africa. Yeah, y'all hit that like button. You know what? Rio be on the channel. Hey, Rio, man, you on the line? I'm gonna check a Rio in the chat. Rio be tapping in. I got a few questions for Rio, bro. Rio, man, we want to know if you in the chat. Rio be sitting back like a sniper, waiting for something to come up. He hear anything about Jamaican, he's standing on business. Damn, whoever braided you and lined you up, finesse, Yeah, for sure, Water God. Plug me in. Man, bro, I've been dealing with this barber and looking real aboriginal. For real, bro. I appreciate that. Straight up, man. You know, for some reason, that's the aboriginal look right now, man. We doing the braids thing. Corey would have went in on. Yeah, Corey would have went in on him, bro. I was hoping, but we handled them last night. We handled them. Africa is a continent with 54 countries. That's what he kept saying, Africa, Africa, Africa. I'm like, it's crazy. But, fam, we got to keep our foot on the, braids and locks. Yup. Yeah, braids and locks is the thing right now. That's that American culture right there. That's American culture right there. Levon Persons, a black man. Has been trying to alert us about Elon in Mississippi. I ain't hear about Elon in Mississippi, bro. The Nigerian government can't keep their electricity going, period, because of the blackout. Open air slavery. That's crazy. Right now, black Africans are enslaved all over North Africa. Ray said we need to buy up the Delta. What Delta? What do you mean Delta? I know you ain't talking about the piece of land they got for us. Love muscle. Salute, salute. Immigration has destroyed this country. They bring us ungodliness. Dang, you say Elon got data centers. Oh, Delta. Okay. Delta, Mississippi. Okay. What's in Delta, Mississippi? Enlighten. What's good, family? Enlighten, bro. You probably the youngest one we got in the chat, bro, by far. By far. Yeah, man, we want to get that dialogue, man. We bringing in, best farmland in the country. Are you serious? $23. Salute, fam.
What's good, player? Can you hear me?
Court, yeah, I can hear you, man. What's good, fam?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Yeah, I wanted to elaborate more on that point I was making about the slavery that's ongoing in Africa. So
still going on.
So it's crazy because a lot of tethers and the immigrants of all backgrounds, they try to guilt trip you into voting Democrat and advocating for Democrats. But what they don't talk about is how, under Hillary Clinton, who is a long-term Democrat, right? As far as we know, she's been Democrat her entire career. She was behind the death, or she played a large part in the death of Muammar Gaddafi, right? When Muammar Gaddafi died, that essentially destabilized Libya. Now, when Libya destabilized, before Libya destabilized, essentially a lot of black Africans would use that area to get to Italy and Southern Europe, to get over there and get jobs, washing dishes or whatever the hell they do when they go to these other places.
Right.
Now, when that happened, those guys started being like, it's like how like a lot of the Asians and some of these other groups pay Mexicans to illegally transport them into the United States. It was the same concept in Libya with the black Africans, the sub-Saharan Africans, through Libya to Italy, Portugal, some of these other southern European countries. And so when Libya was destabilized and the Islamic terrorists basically took over, they started capturing these Black Africans and enslaving them. So now in 2025, 2026, you have open air slavery, and you can Google this, you can YouTube it, you can chat GPT it up, just your whatever medium you choose, medium of your choosing. You can look and see that right now in Northern Africa, in Morocco, some of these other places, there's slavery ongoing with Black Africans specifically. Not to mention in in the Gulf states, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the Emirates, all these places, you have Ugandan, Kenyan, all these different East African women who go over there to work these housekeeping jobs and things of that nature. They wind up dead. They wind up beaten. The passport gets taken. All this type of shit. So my thing is, you got all this. You have all this to say about Black Americans and what we ain't doing. FBA, y'all ain't this. FBA don't exist. But my thing is, why don't you have enough respect for self to do something and advocate for your own people, and you're being enslaved on your own continent? This is what I don't understand. You got everything to say about what we got going on and how we ain't this and how we ain't that. And we fake it. All this shit that you got to say about us. But number one, you're never home. You're never home. You're never home. They be anywhere but home. I mean, these niggas be anywhere but home, right? And so my thing is, it's too much housekeeping. Like for me, I don't really speak too much on other people because I got a lot of housekeeping to do internally, right?
Yeah.
But it's always this group of people who got something to say about everybody else and what they doing and what they ain't doing and what they need to do, and they need to respect Africa and all this whole stuff. But at the end of the day, how respectful are you being to yourself and to your culture and your tribe? And you have open slavery. Or in Ghana, you got Indian only schools. In South Africa, you got Chinese only facilities. You got videos in Kenya of Chinese dudes beating on Kenyan dudes. In Kenya. Chinese men. In Mombasa, in Mombasa, in Kenya, in East Africa. You got Indians calling them N-word, all types of crazy, whatever the slur is, because I'm not involved in none of that. But whatever the slur is,
right,
that's what they're referred to in their own homeland by Indian middle managers, corporate middle managers, bankers. So how you got anything to say about us 8,000 miles away? Then in your own homeland, the development, another man from another place, an Asian man, a Jewish man, is coming over and is building up your homeland. They're building the skyscrapers. They're building the roads. Now, when you look at East Africa, again, I always talk about places I've been to. I'm never going to speak on a place I haven't been to.
Right. Okay?
But when you talk about Kenya, because Kenya, they like to claim as the hub, the IT hub of Africa, and all this, just this over exaggeration of what they got going on.
Right.
Now, in East Africa, all of the captains of industry are not locals. It's not locals. It's not Luos. It's not Luyas. It's not any of them tribes. Over 50 tribes, take your pick. None of these tribes control industry in their country.
Right. Okay.
You have a situation where a lot of these different Kenyan women go on these dating apps and they meet different men from other places: Arab men, North African men, Nigerian men, so West African men, Asian men. And they wound up dead. They wound up unalive. They wound up missing. A lot of these women got caught, like body parts of these women, like used in ritual sacrifices and things of that nature with West Africans, with Nigerians specifically. And so my thing is, they got all this to say about Black Americans and the passport bros and this and that and what we ain't doing and again, it's like, bro, y'all taking so many L's at home that you turn around and wag the finger at us and tell us what we need to be doing and how we need to be celebrating you and how we should be allowing you to come and undermine us in our homeland politically and economically. You talking about how we're united, but then when you have a conversation with an East African about how united they are, they start talking about, well, the slavery only happened in West Africa. And then when you start reading and learning history, for 1,300 years, bro, 1,300 years, the first major slave trade was the Arabic or the Indian Ocean slave trade, which was 1,000+ years of slavery in East Africa. You can look up the Zanj people, Z-A-N-J. These are the Zanj people. These are some of the enslaved peoples under these different Arabic Islamic caliphates. So Africa has a history of allowing people to come into their land and then to be positioned against each other or manipulated against each other at the behest of other people, of other groups of colonizers. And it's not just the Europeans, because they like to talk about the 1880s and the Berlin Conference and how that destroyed Africa. But prior to that, like the Arabs was running in and out of East Africa, and they still are. That's why you have the Swahili culture of East Africa, right? In Mombasa, the Swahili culture. You had Indian, you had Indian people slave trading Africans in Africa, like Indians from India, like Apu and them dudes from The Simpsons. The dude at your local 7-Eleven was engaged in slave trading. The Bengalis and all these people were engaged in slave trading in East Africa. Okay, Indians. You know what I'm saying? So when you learn history and you know who you are, it's like these people they have no leg. That's why I get so passionate about it, because they have no legs to stand on when we have these conversations. Like they got a whole other set of issues. Like when you point out the top 3 developed countries in Africa, which would be Mauritius. Now, Mauritius is, I don't know if you got time, because I'm kind of going on a diatribe. I don't know if you got, if you
go ahead.
If I'm losing you. Okay.
Yeah, it's getting interesting.
So Mauritius is the #1 country in Africa in terms of human index, in terms of development, in terms of living standard. Now that country is majority Indian or Indian descent. Now, when I'm saying Indian, I'm not speaking about Native Americans. I'm speaking about Indians from the country of India,
right?
Punjabis and all that type of stuff. So the #1 country, the number 2 country, South Africa. Now we all know that South Africa was administered, proctored, developed, and maintained by Afrikaners. So those are European transplants. Excuse me. So European transplants.
I got a question for you. A lot of people say South Africa is kind of more similar to the United States with what they go to. What similarities would you say you see with South Africa and what we do over here in America?
Okay, when you study large populations of like non-white peoples, the only similarities basically is the liberalism, right? So you go to Atlanta, right? To me, Atlanta's Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I'm saying? The few times I've been there, it's cool to a certain extent, but it's LGBT, it's Democrat heavy, it's very left liberal,
weird,
but it's not the real left where it's like organizing and education and things of that nature. It's performative, the democratic stuff. So that's what South Africa is, right? In these metropolitan areas, in Johannesburg, Cape Town is like a major hub, and the Black Africans don't run nothing in Cape Town. Now, compare that to us. So they like to say that we're similar, we're cousins with the South Africans, but I would say no, because we're 13 to 15% of the population in the United States. So we're roughly 40 to 50 million people, somewhere in between that. Okay, we've got more done in the 500-year history that we've been in this country, the United States. Excuse me, in the documented history prior, after the Aboriginal era. We've got more done than they've got done. I mean, really look at it like this. Nelson Mandela sat in that prison, which is a small boat ride away, for 30 years. Now, compare that to when, was it Assata Shakur that was broken out of that prison? Compare the two things. Now you're the numerical majority. The South Africans are the majority in Africa. Black people are they're not really black, but what we would consider black-skinned Africans are the majority in Africa. Numerically speaking, they're roughly at 750 million to 1 billion, right? And yet, and still, you sat there and let this person basically marinate in a prison cell for 3 decades. You let Steve Biko be murdered by police. Now you had Winnie Mandela, but Nelson didn't stay with Winnie. So they start talking about, well, the two similarities is that you have two populations of so-called black people who were colonized or used as labor by white people. But the major difference is that we're 15% of the population, not 90%. When you're 90% of the population, there should be no reason for somebody to come in and take food off your table. Like that when you have the advantage by numbers, and this is the point that I keep making, you have the advantage by numbers, and you let a small group of people come in and totally undermine your shit and reclassify your whole racial system, your tribal system. It's just, so again, people try to say, oh, we're similar in terms of development. Yeah, you have some development similarities in terms of skyscrapers and movie theaters and things of that nature. Yeah, South Africa is cool in that extent, but that's as far as it goes. Is development in certain areas. That's as far as it goes.
Right.
Our rural areas are more developed. We have more agency overall as a race in our country. That, once again, we're not the numerical advantage. We're not the numerical superior. Okay, we're 13 to 15% of the population. These people are 80 to 90% of the population in these countries, and they can't and then when you look at South Africa, they've actually organized. They've organized like these xenophobic crusades where you have people from Zimbabwe or other places, West Africa, other places come to South Africa, and they organize and they kill these people. They kill them for trying to engage in, for trying to work there, basically, for trying to get jobs, taxi drivers, bakers, whatever, hotel man, whatever they're doing. You have documented instances of Black South Africans murdering other Black Africans to get them out of the country.
Right.
But then when it comes to now, this is not me like Googling anything. This is not me on ChatGPT. This is me live in Johannesburg on the ground, speaking to people and putting this shit together. Going to Soweto, going to Nelson Mandela's house, going to the hood, the townships, speaking to the butchers, the workers, the mailman, This is me having these conversations with these folks, and I put two and two together. I'm like, yo. Because I even had a Black South African say to me, like I was somewhere ordering food, and the dude says to me, well, what's up with you Americans and your obsession with chicken? And so I'm looking at this nigga and I'm like, bro, you coming at me on some watermelon and chicken shit, and you're South African. Huh?
That's weird. Yeah, it's
yo,
like
I'm telling you, like, these people they don't need to be around us. They don't need to be near us. They don't need to be classified racially the same way as us. They don't need to be classified in any way. There needs to be a separate classification for us, period. There needs to be a separate, separation. It's like, at this point, separate or die, because them coming over, it's a genocide on us. It's a genocide, okay? Because they've had 50 plus years to get their shit together. In Namibia, the SWAPO party is the major party, right? Because obviously the white people gotta have a party that they put in power, right, with optics and symbolism, similar to how they did with us with Obama in 2008, right? So they have to have a party in power. So in South Africa, it's ANC. In Namibia, which is right next door. And please let me know if I'm babbling or if I'm taking too much time with this conversation. But I gotta educate our people.
Yeah, for real. Go ahead.
The SWAPO party is the ANC of Namibia. Now, I've been to Windhoek. I've been through the capital. I've been there, like I've lived there for months, right? 3 months total. But I've lived there amongst these people, dated the women, gone out. And the headquarters of the party is across the street from I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe the largest hospital in the country, right? So it's a state-run hospital. Now, let me ask you this, Water God. Which of the two do you think is more invested in, is more developed, has had more money, the party headquarters or the state hospital, for which poor people basically have to go to get care?
I'm gonna put the political. Which was it? The political office.
Right. The SWAPO headquarters is larger than the state-run hospital.
Damn.
You got junk, trash all over the front of the hospital. It's so shit is just out of pocket. It's totally out of pocket, completely. Nothing is as it should be. And I'm not saying this to shit on, to really shit on anybody, but we got to talk about the reality, because I be hearing too many Africans. It's everything with them it's like it's a cope. Everything with them is it's a fucking tall tale. Listen, Paul Bunyan shit. You know what I'm saying? it's never like, yeah, you know, our situation is fucked up. That's why as an individual, that's why I'm here. They want to come to us and start running this Africa, Mama Africa game. And it's like, nigga, we done been over there. We done been in Africa.
Right.
Okay. We've been over there. We see the living conditions. I've been to Kiberia, which is the largest slum in the world, in Nairobi. In the city, you got this big ass slum with 1 million people.
Dang. So
the shit. Yeah, go ahead.
My question is, we over there in Nigeria, you know, we got a lot of presence over there in Africa, right?
In terms of, what do you mean, culturally, or?
I'm saying as far as our government, I don't know what they doing.
Oh,
as
okay.
far as, you know, we got a lot of, you know, a lot of connection over there in Africa. Where do you see, which is probably the most country that's coming over here that we see the most of? Because we think of just Africans, but what country comes over here the most, would you say?
The top fleers?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have that information in front of me, but I'll say the loudest.
Anecdotal. Yeah, anecdotal. I ain't looking for it. You know what I mean? Just from an experience.
The largest would probably be Nigerians.
Nigerian.
More than likely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Nigerians, and then you have you know, you got a smaller amount of like Ghanaians, Kenyans. You know, you don't really see people from Rwanda or the Congo or anything like that. It's mostly West Africans, a lot of West Africans, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, you know. And you can tell because like Nigeria is supposed to be quote unquote the head of ECOWAS, right? Which is this European set up economic forum for Africa. Now, they do whatever white mommy, white daddy tells them to, like how they allowed the United States to go in there and bomb their country.
Right.
Pathetic, but they do. And, but then when you look at it, right?
Yeah.
Because they play ball with the powers that be, they're able to send a lot of their people over. And it's the same concept. It's the same concept with, I'm not much of an eloquent speaker, but, you know, I'm more of an intellectual. But when you look at Jamaica, it's the same thing. The worse off that people are doing in their homeland, the more visas that they get to come to the United States. I don't know if you ever looked at it like that. So the more cooning that's going on internally in the country, the more they're allowed to flee to these other places. So that concept exists for a reason. I don't know if anybody has ever looked at it like that, but I put that together. I'm like, wait a minute, we got all these Nigerian Sambos, these Jamaicans, these Haitians, and then you look at the homeland and people's eating mud pies and shit. I'm saying it's developed by a bunch of foreigners. The foreigners are developing everything and they control everything, and it's not to the benefit of the locals there. 90 to 80% of the well, I know for Haiti, for the Caribbean, like a large portion of their economy is based in hospitality. When you have an economy based in hospitality and you don't produce anything, that is a recipe for disaster. I'm in Guam right now. Damn near 80% of the economy here in Guam, which is a small island in the South Pacific Ocean, is based in tourism and hospitality. Now, when you have an economy that's based in tourism, what happens when tourism slows down? When you don't produce anything, when you don't produce intellectuals, when you don't produce resources, when you don't produce anything, it looks good on a picture. You being that's a recipe for disaster. And then you look at the mindset of the people and how they no longer challenge themselves, how they don't want to stand up for nothing, but they got problems with everybody. In the, you know, it's you know, again, I'll get very emotional when I have these conversations, but it's like you can see that Europeans have done, right? You can see it's because it's not that complicated. It's not that complex of a setup that they have. You know, it's the same thing with the Venezuelans. I don't know if you guys saw Professor Black Truth's video. You still there, Water God?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I don't know. Oh, you muted yourself.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Professor Black Truth put out a video and he spoke about how the Venezuela situation, right? It's the same concept, because in the 1500s. Whether it's India, whether it's Africa, whether it's all these places, right, where these tethers are coming from, and their people on the working class people are fucked up and they don't have anything and they're living slum lives.
Yeah.
These people made deals with Europeans. All of these people, Indians, Asian, all these people where back home is fucked up, and then they come to the United States and they're tethers and they talking shit and they're looking down and they working against us and they're collaborating. It's because they've been collaborating. They've been collaborating since the 1500s. Some of these people. You know what I'm saying? So anti-black racism is important. It's like anti-FBA specifically. That's a key part of the recipe. That's like, okay, more so than economy, more so than resource, more so than oil. It's about anti-blackness globally, right? In order to play ball with us and get your development popping, to get anything popping, you got to be anti-FBA. You got to be anti-black. Yeah. And then you go to Africa as a black American, an FBA person. Oh, my bad. Am I interrupting you?
No. Go ahead. Yeah, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, you got to be anti-FBA, but go ahead.
So you go over there as an FBA, and that's why you got, I mean, because I've never seen it, but now you got Africans talking about we was kings. You got Africans talking about we was kings. So you got a group of people, we're bigging up their history, and they're coming to us and they spitting in our faces with white supremacist talking points. What part of the game is that? So these people have agreements. They got little operations and they've been working against each other. And then they come over here and it's the same concept. You know, the Indians with their caste system. That shit existed prior to white people. With Asians, with their colorism problem. That existed prior to white people just learned from these people, the Arabs, same thing. The Asian concept is, well, if you work outside and you're brown skinned, then that means that you're poor and therefore you shouldn't be treated a certain way. So the class is shit based off skin tone. And Europeans just took it and refined it. So I'm talking about many different things at once here, but we have to look at these other people and see how complicit that they are and how long they've been complicit. And we're just now, you know, because we're a modern people, we're a contemporary people. You know what I'm saying? We ain't been cooning. We don't have treaties for the past 100 years working to undermine each other, you know?
Right. So right. People can't be trusted. So what do you think? So what would you think, like, delineate and like how would it look? Because I mean, in New York, like, you from New York, that's where most of them, that's where I feel like most of the Africans are at. Would you agree?
They are wherever we are. They can't exist on their own. They have to be dropped off where we are. So anywhere we are, that's where they are.
Right. They just mixing in with us everywhere we at. I just feel like them taxi drivers always feel like New York got a lot of African taxi drivers. I'm like, dang, every time I'm near, it's like that's what you see in the taxi drive, you know, in the taxi cab.
Yeah.
Well, that was back in the
Yeah. A lot of Africans, a lot of these Haitians. Because I remember I took a cab one day in New York, and I was talking to this Haitian dude, and I was telling him what I'm into. I'm into cybersecurity and engineering and things like that. And he started going into this whole thing about how he was working with the United States government to undermine Haiti. And this is a cab driver. So these dudes do this foul shit in their homeland, and then they get these visas and they come over here and they do the same shit with us. So this is like operations that they got going on with the CIA and you know, and people have been saying this speculatively for a long time, but I'm giving you the facts, like the truth about these groups of people. You know what I'm saying? The situation with Venezuela. The reason that Venezuela that happened the way that it did is because Maduro didn't want to work with us. He should have came and worked with us. Dude's hands were tied. Yeah. Because you got to see, when you talk about an entire country and a sovereign, a head of a sovereign nation being taken and kidnapped and put on trial in a whole other country, that's unprecedented in the modern era, in the past 100 years, right? To just go to somebody's country. I mean, United States has been doing it. They've been going to these different places and destabilizing and killing people. But what they did in Venezuela is there's the white European Eurocentric owner class. So the people that own industry, the people that own food production, the people that own furniture and and all the different niceties and water production and all these different things, right, that you need to live as a human being.
Right.
There's a bunch of Europeans or European descended people who control those things. And because they didn't want Maduro, because Maduro was talking about socializing or nationalizing industry. When you nationalize an industry, you take it from being a privately owned corporation, which is a benefit of a small group of shareholders or an individual group of oligarchs. You nationalize it, it becomes a benefit to everybody in the country, irrespective of class. And so you have European conquistadors, I guess you can call them, or the elite class, whatever you want to call them. At the end of the day, they're Europeans, they're white. These people refuse to produce. They refuse. They slow down the production of food. They slow down the production of oil and all these other things that would create jobs and people, the shit that you need to make a society, right?
Right.
And then they were turning around and telling Americans that, oh, Maduro doesn't want them to do it. He's not letting them. He has this iron hold over it. He's not letting them develop. He's not letting them build up. He's not letting them produce. And then come to find out, the whole time these people have been working with the United States government to undermine him internally. So that's what they do. They open up a back door for this shit to happen. And then I'm supposed to work with them and get with them on the Democrat tip. And they can't even, they're willing to destroy and undermine their own homelands so that they can come over here and look and get a flat screen and have access to a flat screen TV. Because that's essentially what they're fighting for.
Yeah, they fighting for like materialistics. But what you think about this? Boycotting all of the African, Indian, every nationality that's over here, boycotting their business. What you think about that?
Definitely, that's a start. That's a start. And then simultaneously with that, we got to be classified separately. Okay, that's to me that not because every once in a while, I might meet me a Ling Ling, I might smash her out. You know what I'm saying? I might go to the, you coming home from work, you hit up the Chinese food spot, whatever, right? But these people need to be made to respect us. And the first way that we respect that is by excluding them. When you exclude people, when you gatekeep your culture and your history, people have no choice but to respect that because they have to pay a price to participate. Right? Everybody can't be a white Jew. It's a small group of people that can be white Jews. Right? And there's a reason why they have inordinate amounts of representation when it comes to being CEOs, politics, things of this nature, right? There's a reason for that. Because they exclude people. So for me, we need a separate classification. Even if you make it a separate racial classification, because I'm not just on some eugenicist shit, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm not the same. We're not the same as Africans. Like there's no way that you can, because people, like you were saying earlier, well, people say South Africans and Black Americans are similar. Bruh, when you leave these cities where everybody looks a certain way, everybody dresses a certain way, these dudes is getting their hair lined up, there's no similarities between us and them. There's no similarities. In terms of like phenotype, how people are built, how they look, there's no similarities. There's a skin tone. That's it. Okay. So to me, when you say what does delineation look like, that means that we need a hate crime bill. That means we need priority when it comes to these small business loans. That means we need priority when it comes to these mid and large contract bidding loans. That means we need priority when it comes to reparation. When it comes to reparative justice, we need that specifically for us.
Right.
This whole thing about, well, y'all black, everybody's black. In Africa, that's not a thing. It's no black people in Africa. I need everybody who's listening to me to understand this. There's no black people in Africa. You don't even have countries in Africa. Frankly, you have loose confederacies of tribes.
Right.
And I can prove that because when you look at Nigeria, what's going on in Nigeria right now, Water God?
Yeah, they said they killing Christians. I mean,
what it is there's okay. What it is it's an ethnic battle. It's an ethnic war. You have the Hausa, who are the Muslims, fighting and killing off the Igbo and the Yoruba, encroaching on their lands, which they've been doing. These are the three major tribes. They've been doing this stuff. So they're coming from southern Africa or southern Nigeria and moving to the north and basically essentially trying to commit genocide. Right? But they're not telling the truth that it's not really about the religion. It's about the tribal thing. It's the tribal shit. It's not the religious aspect. It's not the religious aspect, it's the tribal aspect. Now, where you can say it's the religious aspect is because the Hausa adopted Islam from their colonizers, the Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
So they have an Arabized mindset similar to the Somalian, the Ethiopian, and all these other groups in East Africa who don't identify as quote unquote black. They identify as whatever their tribe and their religion is. And then drilling down even further, their clan within that tribe. Okay. I done been laid up with a Namibian chick, and she done told me, like, yeah, you know, I'm saving my money and working as a waitress. And then I'm giving this money that I'm saving to my chief for cows. And this nigga's still stealing the money and the cows. Which, I mean, that's mind-blowing why in 2025 niggas is buying cow. Like that to me is a whole different conversation about how, you know, we're engaged in the trading sale of cows, but it's not for industrial purposes. It's not for food purpose. So that's a whole nother conversation. That's a cultural conversation. But
right,
Africa is fucked up. And these people got to stop lying about it. It's fucked. It's a fucked place. It's fucked.
Right. So Corey, listen, I got somebody from Africa right now on. I want to hear what he gonna say what this, and you know you can go because you visited there. Big Banger, what's good, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I appreciate you allowing me to be able to speak on the panel. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was wondering if we're not black people, then what are we? Africans. We're not black people.
Well, I already answered that question, sir. If you were listening, I explained that Africans don't identify as black. They identify with their tribe, with their religion, and with their clan. I had already explained that.
No, that's not true. When juxtaposed against white people or Europeans, say for instance the Afrikaner, Rhodesians, the Boer, the European farmer, when juxtaposed against them, we definitely call ourselves black.
Sir, you're talking
It
about.
sounded good.
You got to be specific. You need to be specific. There's 54 different countries, and the classification systems are different. So you're talking about Southern Africa. You're not talking about West Africa or East Africa. You're speaking about one region in one country, right?
When juxtaposed against a white person, say a white European traveler, a tourist from Europe or the United States, we definitely call ourselves black. They're
Sir,
white, we're black.
You're incorrect, sir. And I'm going to tell you why you're incorrect. You have to stop comparing yourself or juxtaposing yourself against white people or other people or outside or external variables, and juxtapose yourself against the behavior that you conduct when it's just Africans. Speak about the behavior systems of Africans when it's just Africans, because the majority of sub-Saharan Africa is Africans, black Africans, correct?
It sounds good, but you said we don't call ourselves black, and that's just
You
wrong.
don't. You don't.
We're black.
You do
people.
not. Which country? Which
How do
country
you
outside
know?
of South Africa?
How do you know? How do you
Because
know
I've
what we
lived
call
there.
ourselves?
Because I've lived there. Because I'm giving you facts. I've lived there. I've lived amongst these people. So I'm asking you, which country
And
are
you
you
know.
from, sir? Let's talk
So
about your
you
country.
know.
Sir, which
We
country
don't
are
need to
you
talk.
from?
We don't need to talk about my country.
You don't want to. You never
You
want to
know.
talk about your country. You never want to talk specifics, bro. Let's talk
Well,
specifics, dude.
Okay, well, I'm American, so let's talk about
You're not American. You're an American. You're a U.S. citizen of African descent. You're not an American, brother.
My passport said, are we brothers or
No, we're not brothers. No, we're not brothers, dude. You know we're not brothers.
were you race mixing?
You know we're not brothers. You know that we and you ain't brothers in Dugue. You know that. Because y'all not brothers at home. Why won't you? Okay, which country are you from, sir? What is your country of origin?
I'm from the United States. I'm American.
Okay, which country in Africa? Which country in Africa are your folks from, sir? Don't be ashamed. Let's just be honest. What country are your folks from? I'm not trying to disrespect that.
Well, it feels very disrespectful. So was you race mixing? Was you race mixing and swirling when you were sleeping with a Namibian?
Was I race mixing? Was I race mixing? Well, sir,
We're not the same race, right? We're not the same race.
In Namibia, they're
So you
classified
think
as
that
black
you're
by
not
white
black
people. But amongst themselves,
Oh, so they're black. So
That's not a
Africans are black
conversation
now.
amongst
So
the Africans.
Africans are black now. Got it.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Amongst yourselves, you are not black. No, you are not. Me and you both know that. You're not, bro. We've been over there. I didn't been to more African countries than you
You
have.
just said.
I
You
didn't
just
spend more
said
time in Africa than you have,
Namibians are
sir.
black.
Sir,
That's not true.
Sir. You know
I
why
can't-
Namibians
America
specifically, Namibians and South Africans are
Say
classified
again.
as black
Say again
by
that part.
white people.
Say again that
You've
part
been
about the
classified as
black.
black by white people, sir. You've been
So now we're
classified by
black.
an outside ethnic group as black.
Just like you have.
Prior to
Just
you
like
being
you have.
reclassified,
Just
you
like
were
you
not
have.
black.
Just like you have.
Prior to being so you trying to
Just
troll.
like you have.
You trying to troll. I'm trying to
No, I'm
have
not.
an actual conversation, sir.
You
Okay,
said
if you're
white
not
people
trying to
call us
troll,
black.
which country are you from, sir?
You-
Which
you
country
said
of
white
what
people
is your
call-
country of origin, my friend?
You said white people call us black. So now we're black or
What is
not?
your country of origin, sir?
Are we black or not?
What is your country of origin, sir?
So now we're black.
So
now we're
water
black.
God, I can't have a
Right,
good faith
Right.
conversation
So
with
look,
this
look.
African.
Yeah. So look, are you wait? So you say you was born in America, Big Banger?
No, I said I'm American. I'm American. I'm an American, just like you're an American. I'm an American,
No,
just
you're
like you're.
not. No, you're not. You're not. Stop being deceptive, sir. You are a U.S. citizen of African descent.
I'm a citizen, just like you're a citizen. There's no difference.
You are a U.S. citizen. There's a
No
big
difference.
difference. The big difference being the blood, sweat, and tears my ancestors put into that land. You know what I'm saying? We
I
didn't
also-
flee. We stayed there. We stayed there and
I
built
also-
the lane for you to
I
come to,
also
sir.
work.
You also
thank
do
you.
what?
Stayed there.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you work.
So here
You
I
work.
am. Appreciate you.
You
Thank
work. You're able to get a job, right? You're
here
able to
I
get a
am.
job.
Right.
You're able to get a job
Thank
in an unsegregated workplace because of the work of my ancestors. We don't go to Africa and African countries and get jobs because, for the most
Well,
part,
that's
the
on
job
you.
market
That's
doesn't
on you.
exist in Africa. There is
That's
no
on- that's
formal
on you.
economy in most of these
That's your
countries that
bad.
are run by you Black Africans. Let's be frank.
So
There's
you
no
guys
formal
created
economy
you
in your
guys
country of
created
origin,
a
sir.
space for us to come to.
There's
We
no
came
formal
to it. You have a
economy.
problem with that?
There is no formal economy.
You created
in
a
your
space for us
country
to
of
come
origin.
to. We came to the space, and now you have a problem with
Because
that?
you're being
This
disrespectful.
why.
We have no problem
Yeah,
with you being
that's
there,
the
but you're
thing.
being
Yeah.
disrespectful. You're
Yeah,
being
it's not that.
disrespectful and you're being dishonest. You have to be honest, sir. And you can start being honest by speaking about your country. Don't talk about
You
South
made
Africa or Namibia. Speak about
my
where
country's
you're from.
America.
Speak
My
about
country's
where
America.
So how you coming up as an African and you talking about my country's America, dude? Then
I'm
don't
a
speak for
citizen.
Africans, dude. You
I'm
speak,
a citizen.
speak from
I'm
speak
African. I'm from Africa.
speak as an immigrant.
I'm
You're
from
an
Africa.
immigrant.
I'm an
immigrant.
African American. I'm an
You're an
African
African
American.
immigrant. You are an African immigrant.
I immigrated and I got my citizenship. I got my papers. Therefore, I'm
From
an
which
American,
country?
just like you are.
From which country? It's more
you
than just being
made.
a citizen, sir. It's more than just being a citizen, sir. There's a
So let
difference
me get
between
this
being
right.
native. Hold on. There's a
Let me get
difference
this
between
right.
being a native person
You talk a
and
lot,
an
man. You talk a lot.
Aboriginal person. You may not understand these concepts, but a native person and an Aboriginal person are two different things, my friend.
So you guys, you Black Americans, say that you guys made an opportunity for us to come to America. Then we come to America, and then you have a problem with it.
Fact. It's verifiable historical fact. Sir.
We agree on that. We agree on that point. Talk less. We agree on that point. So we took advantage of the opportunity you guys made, your ancestors, you guys fought for. We took, and so we come over and did what you guys fought for us to do. And now it's a problem.
No, we didn't fight for you to do it specifically. It wasn't for you to do it specifically, but you come over under the guise of being the same as us. What you're doing right now is tethering. And my problem with that is have some honor and dignity for your homeland, some love and respect for your forebears and your ancestors, sir. That's my thing. Have some type of honor as a man and be honest about where you're from.
You said it's a verifiable fact, and now you're saying that's not true. I mean, which one is it, man?
My man, where are you from, bro? We can't have a conversation until you talk about where you're from, dude. Because you cherry pick certain little
I'm
comments.
American.
My man, what's your country of
American.
origin, bro?
I don't believe he's American. I mean, I don't believe he's African.
He is African. He clearly admitted he emigrated. He got his citizenship. He took the test. He paid his money.
Yeah, but I don't hear it. I don't hear it. I can't see it.
This dude is African.
For real? I mean, you've been to Africa. Do people talk like that in Africa?
Well, he probably comes from a class of people who undermined their homeland, and then they got an opportunity to get a visa and basically come to the United States. That's essentially what I'm getting from this guy. I'm saying, because if he was FBA, he wouldn't be talking like this. He wouldn't be saying, well, you guys did this for us. That's what I'm saying. The mind of a parasite is fascinating. Number one, the parasite hides. Like when you turn the light on and the roaches start to run away, that's what a parasite does, my friend. A true man of honor and distinguishment would say, I'm from Ghana. I'm from here. I'm from there. You guys like to use, just like I said
Give me
earlier.
a second. Give me a second.
Just like
I'm
I
working.
said earlier,
Give me a
if you
second.
can mute him, please. Just like I said earlier, the African will tell you Africa is a country. They'll behave as if Africa, these 54 countries, is one place and everybody's on the same page. And then when it's convenient, they'll pretend like it's a continent. You understand the nature of a parasite, of a coward? This is what I'm speaking about. This is why this homeland is not developed, and he had to come over here and be around some real black folks, you know what I'm saying, to get a job. Because number one, they don't have a formal job economy. You don't have a formal job economy. You guys do better when you go to other people's homes. You moving into my house and telling me that's disrespectful, bro. We didn't fight for Africans specifically to come to the United States. We fought so that black people everywhere.
That's a verifiable fact. You just said it's a verifiable fact. You guys fought for
where are you from? Where are you from? Bro? Let's verify that fact. Where are you from, bro? Let's verify that fact. Where are you from? Where's your family from? Two generations ago, you wasn't in the United States.
Now. I'm from the United States.
Ago.
I'm American.
Okay, so
I'm American.
you shouldn't even be up here. You're not qualified to have this conversation because you're embarrassed to talk about your homeland. So you're not even qualified to jump up here. This is what I'm talking about. You won't even tell me, well, I'm from I don't even want to know which country. We don't even got to talk about the country. Let's talk about the region of Africa. Let's talk about the region.
I'm American. That's what's important.
You don't want to bring that up. But look, we got Barack. Look, Barack. We got Barack O'Drama. Barack,
yeah, what's
man.
up?
What's
up,
good, man? You checking out the conversation tonight?
Yeah, it sounds like we fighting amongst ourselves, man.
Go ahead. I want to get your take on it.
That's what I'm trying to tell him.
What's your take on it?
I think I mean my lineage is FBA, but I think some of the conversations we have is divisive. I'm keeping it real with you.
I agree.
Well, we're already divided because I'm not African.
Check this out. Right.
I'm not African. So what are we talking about?
No, but if a racist cop pulls us over, we all a bunch of N-words. You know what I mean?
Right. But listen.
Oh, this is that Puerto Rican troll that was calling.
Yeah.
I remember.
First of all, you got a habit of calling people out their name. I don't call you out your name, and I appreciate.
Well, you're trolling.
No, I'm not trolling.
Get out your feet.
No, I am not. I'm telling you, I'm spitting a fact in your face. That's us as people of color, black, whatever you want to call us. We fight amongst ourselves too much.
Okay, so listen.
Thank you.
Okay.
And you got a habit, and that's what, and I hate to say it, you got homosexual tendencies because you must have been raised by women. Let me finish. Because where I come from, if you come at people like that, somebody might bust your mouth open.
He's from the north, like you. He's from the same crowd you
That don't mean that. That don't mean you from the same crowd as I'm from. Because we don't talk to people like when I disagree with people, I don't call them out their name, and you do. You do that shit all the time.
Okay, well, listen. We're gonna keep it cool.
I didn't call you out your name. You do that shit all the time. When you that's what homos do. When you don't agree, you call them out their name. That's homosexual shit. You was raised, probably your dad wasn't in your life, probably. That's how I look at it.
Now you doing the same thing, but listen, the same thing you preaching, Barack O'Drama. You came on here talking about us being divided, and you jumping on.
Are we united in this conversation or divided? That's what I'm asking you. Are we on one ground in this conversation, or are we fighting amongst ourselves?
Right.
That's all I'm asking you.
Right. So this is how.
Where'd that guy go? Why he run off the stage? He was saying how we ain't black and this and that. Where he at now? Why he leave?
Okay, I mean, whatever. He probably went out, but listen, this is what I'm saying. You saying that we divided, right? What did it look like with us not being divided? Let's first get this clear. When was a point
you mean in general or this conversation?
I'm saying in general that you can compare to, so we can understand when you say that we divided and when we can like have it in our minds that when we were together. So what did it look like when we weren't divided? If
Black Wall Street, when we wasn't divided, we look like Black Wall Street. That's what we look like.
But
you ever heard of Black Wall Street? Yes.
Black Wall Street is in America.
I just said, you asked me when was we united, and I just said to you the Black Wall Street era, a couple of generations ago, we were more united than we are now.
Right, but that had nothing to do with. That had everything to do with just the American tribe, just people that was from America.
Right,
So
my
I'm
lineage.
saying, listen. I'm saying when were we when will we, because you saying we were divided, I'm saying as people, as far as Africa, like you saying, like y'all saying with different brothers around the world. So I'm saying, like, you know, Black Wall Street is, you know, that's just us, you know. I'm saying, like, when were we divided? Because he's from Africa, you got people from different places, and when FBAs talk, they say like FBA's divisive, like we're dividing black people.
Because black Americans have been African Americans since 1782, and now y'all running around talking about how y'all ain't Black Americans. How y'all?
We're not. No, we're not African American.
Right. I'm an African, so I'm African American.
So you think, right. So your defense is because we don't want to be called African American. That's being divisive to you guys.
That's where it starts.
But it seems like, why would you care? Like, listen, if our lineage, if we want to trace our lineage back to America and say, listen, we want to be known as Americans, freedmen. We want to be known as what our ancestors, because when I ask my my grandparents, my great grandparents, they say Cherokee, Indian. They don't say nothing about Africa. Nobody says anything about Africa. So you want us to take on an African claim that we never heard none of our grandparents, and you want us to praise that heritage over there instead of us praising the heritage where our grandparents are from?
Bro, it's just like, why would you care that I call myself an American? I said I'm American. You said, no, you're not. So why would you care what I call myself? Just
because we're an American. It's not that we care because this is our lineage. It's like, if you come, it's like if I called myself somewhere where your culture was, you're going to be like, you ain't my culture. You get what I'm saying? It's not nothing to say what you are. It's just you're claiming the same thing.
Why would I do that if I'm over in America doing what I'm doing? I mean, that don't make no sense.
Okay, but
I'm an American, just like you're an American.
Right, you an American. Lisa calling me. Okay, but my point is, I'm gonna go back to because you said Black Wall Street. That ain't go really.
Why is it not cool? You asked me when. I gave you an example.
I'm talking about as far
say
as.
something to them? Ask them
Go ahead,
questions.
Audrey.
Good evening. How are you, everybody?
Good.
So what God, could you do me a favor? There's a picture you had up of some, I guess, people in office. They were in front of one of the state buildings, one of those buildings with the columns in it. Could you put that photo up?
Got you. The state buildings.
So the guys that are on the panel, one of you say you're from Africa. The other one is from the Caribbean, right?
No.
What island are you from in the Caribbean?
Nobody said no island from the Caribbean. I'm an FBA.
No, there's somebody who said he was Puerto Rican or no.
No, nobody said that. That was that other guy calling people out their name. That's what homos do.
You were the guy. You said you've been to Guam and stayed like 3 months in.
No.
But you're FBA. Have you ever lived in Africa or traveled to Guam?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to any of the Caribbean islands?
If you want to, I've been to like the Dominican Republic.
On vacation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go around the island to all of their state buildings, or did you stay just at the resorts?
Well, I went around, but not to all the state buildings, and I've never stayed on the resort. I was always moving.
Did you look at any of the architecture? Did you notice anything significant about the architecture of those?
Well, I heard they took down some of the they took down certain things and put up other things. That's what I was told.
Okay. Now look at that photo. You see that photo with that big, huge building in the back? You see that?
With the black representation right there? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so those type of buildings are all around the United States, right? They're all around Europe, and they're all around Mexico, the Caribbean, and so forth. That's why I asked, were you that guy? Because I wanted to know if he saw any of these buildings. They're even in Australia, Moscow, Budapest, Hungary, Paris,
no.
Right? All over. San Francisco, Cincinnati, New York, Chicago, what do you call it? Port-au-Prince, Haiti, all over Haiti, Cuba, Mexico City, Guatemala. So what I'm saying to you guys is they're coming here because of these buildings, what we built, because of us, FBAs. And these buildings, like the pyramids, their foundation goes at least 2 stories deep underground. Okay, at least 2 stories deep underground, right? So that's at least 20 feet underground. Okay, and they know this. They know our history better than we do. The Africans from Africa, those from the Caribbean, Mexico, Caucasians, they know our history because they tried to erase it. Now, there was the question about slavery, right? Now we have something in the United States, it's called prisons, right? Prisons, you have cell blocks, right? You have doors that lock, and you have a fence around the building, and you usually have a gun tower, right? So I'm not saying that slavery didn't happen, but I want to know where it happened. Like, are there any artifacts? The only artifacts that I could find as far as architecture is in Ghana, right? If you look at the coast of Kitty Hawk, which is off of, I guess, North Carolina, if you look at Hilton Head, you know, where they say people were concentrated. If you look at, you know, Staten Island or wherever Europeans, they say, came over. If you know, Port of Miami, there's no place around the United States, no port where there is a prison. But in Ghana, there is a prison. And they claim that this is where they took our people from Africa and put them in this prison, awaiting the ships to head to America or to head to the Caribbean, right? But if you look at it, those cannons are aimed towards the Atlantic Ocean. So why, I want us to think with our minds, why would that be the case? You have a prison right on the edge of the ocean, right? And the cannonballs are facing the ocean, not facing the people, not facing Ghana. So in your minds, Word of God, and everyone else, why would that be? I mean, let's think critically. Let's not think about what they told us. Let's think critically. What does that mean?
I can tell you. I can tell you exactly why it was. Because it was to defend these towers, these slave castles against other imperial powers. All the European powers were engaged in the slave trade. And so one imperial power, one colonial power would come down and attack and take over or destroy the fort to destroy the economy of the other imperial power. So that's why they had to protect against the landward and the windward side.
Okay, so you housed African people in there, or did you take people from the United States, from this land, to put, or from the Caribbean or wherever? Did you take those people from the Western Hemisphere to Africa by way of that Ghanaian port?
Well, I didn't do anything, but
No, I'm asking you, what were you told by your ancestors, by your grandmother, your grandfather, your aunts, your uncles?
Africans were transported to the so-called New World, North America and the Caribbean.
So explain to me again why those cannons are facing the ocean if the Africans were leaving the port.
Because other European powers, say for instance, if it's a Spanish port, the English would come down there and raid that port. So that's why they defended their property, the enslaved people, against the English powers. That's why the cannons face out to sea.
Okay. So are you saying that they? Yes, go ahead.
So, sir, your assertion is that Africans protected the interests of imperial powers in enslaving other Africans in the transportation of Africans?
The Europeans that owned and worked at that castle were fighting against other Europeans for control of the slave trade.
So your contention is that there were no African collaborators with these imperialists?
I didn't say that, but the Africans didn't own the cannons. But yeah, the Africans were involved. The Africans were selling their own people.
So you and your homeboy earlier who came in here talking about Black Wall Street, and that's when we was united. I'm trying to figure out at what point in history where the Pan-African journey has been two-sided, has been beneficial to Black Americans.
I didn't say that.
Let me finish, and then I'll let you speak.
I never said that. You're wrong. I never said that.
I didn't say
he said that. You just said me and my homeboy. I mean, come on.
But I want to add one more piece, right? Okay, the reason I had him put up the picture of that building, right, is because they like to consider Black Wall Street either a myth or something that proves we never built this country. We didn't build that building that you see there. That building, mind you, is hundreds of years old, possibly thousands of years old. So that's why I had him put up that building. See, this guy from Africa, he knows that. That's why people like Frank Zanu and him and the other Pan-Africans, they want the FBA. They know how we look. They know our phenotype, our build. They know who we are. They know what we're capable of mentally, right?
I've been
emotionally, physically.
And they know that we're not the same. Period.
Right. So wouldn't you want that type of technology, that type of individual to teach you to, wouldn't you want to steal us and take us to Africa? So that's the reason. And I just came to this conclusion a few days ago because people were talking about the port or whatever. I saw pictures floating around. I'm like, I never paid it any mind, you know, but I'm like, you know, the conversation on delineation and slavery, people are saying, were we really ever in slavery? And then there was the videos of the Tartaria that's been going around the internet, right? And it states in those videos that in the late 1800s, all of these buildings were built within 2-3 years. It takes much longer to build that. It would take you a long time to build that building, not just 2 or 1 or 2 years, right? And
right, it take you a long time.
Right.
Listen, we got Ricky World. I want to let Ricky World get his little take in and enlighten. And then we're gonna bounce back to y'all. Ricky World, go ahead. I want you to get your piece off, brother. I know you've been waiting.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, yep, we can hear you.
Okay. My piece is late, but I talked to my great grandmother. Her mother lived to be 120. My great grandmother 115. My grandmother is 95. When my great grandmother set us all down, she told us we were Indians. You can look up this road. It's called Coops Road. We own 20,000 acres. We've always had that land. Now, if we were slaves, I don't know no white person giving no slave 20,000 acres. When they lynched my great uncle down on the plantation, my other uncles went and burned it down, unalived all the white folk. Never have I ever heard, and this is on my mama's side, on my daddy's side, which I was able to trace his lineage back to the 1520. Thought he was African this whole time. I thought he looked African, but my grandparents, great-grandparents, I found all these documents just now. Slave ledger, not them being slaves, but owning slaves. White slaves. Head of household, Abraham Martin. Black man. So all this out of Africa, we don't mess with these people. We never have. And it's crazy that they're trying to tell us Forget what our ancestors told us. Forget what the elders told us. Believe in me, trust in me. And when we look at your homeland, they're a shithole. You cannot do this. Well, you can. You can do whatever you want. You're a grown man. But things about to change. You can beg us and ask us. We're not going to help you. Our ancestors did it out of ignorance. If they lived amongst you and knew your ways and behavior, they'd let y'all stay colonists. So, history, pick up a book and read. Talk to our ancestors, our living ancestors who are alive to this day in their 90s and 100s. They'll look you in the face and tell you they ain't no damn African. Like they looked me in my face and said, you ain't no damn African. My father, I didn't even know till now. There's a picture of my father, my great-grandfather on my mama's side and daddy holding my dad up. So my family, my mother and father's family knew each other for generations. So we really gonna need people to come up here and show paperwork now.
Right.
Real paperwork.
Facts, bro.
It's too many immigrants, and I miss them days where they had their heads down and knew their place. And I remember I heard one guy say that busting them out. I'm from the South. Georgia, Marietta, Oglethorpe, Valdosta. All my family has always been here. So down here, we don't do the back and forth and busting them out. We just put sticks in you and bury you on one of our land and move on. Like my granddad told us. And they can look up this article out of Savannah. My great uncle, they just found this out too. That he was unaliving white boys, putting them in trees back in the early 40s.
Right.
Sam Sykes.
What I also want to add, if you don't mind,
Go ahead.
we have to realize that the United States, right, the cities, the city parts, I believe something happened to our people that did populate New York City, that did populate Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle, Cincinnati, Buffalo, all of these cities that you see, these buildings, DC, Black people built those cities. And yes, I'm here in Florida, right? On my mother's side, they came down from Georgia. I believe on my father's side, maybe Arkansas, I don't know, because I didn't ask him before he passed. But I followed his name through land patents, okay? So the Tartaria videos, they said that in the late 1800s, a lot of asylums, mental asylums, started going up in these major cities, right? And these people were kept in these opulent buildings, like the building you see there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy couldn't explain why would a mental asylum look so opulent, so grand, built fit for kings and queens, is what he said, right? So what I did, I heard Donald Trump, he said in one of his press conferences, he's going to remove the fluoride from the water, right? And he also said he's going to take the slavery images out of the Smithsonian because Black Americans contributed so much. Foundational Black Americans, he added, right? So I researched, I said, well, if you put too much fluoride in the water, what happens? What happens is if a person consumes too much fluoride, and it can cause mental deterioration, right? So then, I just kept watching those videos, watching them, and they're telling us things like it's a secret, right? But if we keep digging, if we keep looking, we're going to see the truth. So I think what happened is they poison our potable water system because obviously with these skyscrapers that are in Chicago, that are in New York and so forth, we had to have had indoor plumbing. We had to have had electricity. We had to have had air conditioning. And with myself being an HVAC tech, I understand the science of refrigeration, compressed gas, the technology behind it. Okay? So that technology alone, I don't know, but what I'm saying to you guys is they know there's more to us than we know because they had to have poisoned our people off. Now, granted, some of our people were in the more rural lands like Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas. We were the farmers. We already had industry. I mentioned Elgin, Illinois, because there's a watchmaking plant there, right? Rolex, right? These are things that are intricate that resemble those buildings, the high tech of it, right? So we already had industry that Caucasians took over, put their name on it. They put their name on these buildings that they built them, right? So, and another thing I wanted to add is
Go ahead.
when it
Go ahead,
comes
Samantha.
to like the Sistine Chapel, that's one example I want to use because they don't say that they built it, right? They try to lie and say they did. But if you look at the time they say they used to build it, compare that to the Taj Mahal, the time they built, used to build the Taj Mahal. You know, just look at these things. It doesn't make any sense, right? And then Africans and the Caribbeans that are there, right? If you look at videos, just pull up videos of Haiti from 1930, 1950. See, Haiti had electricity. It had plumbing, indoor plumbing. It had air conditioning. What happened? So these islands are filled with Africans. The people that are in Haiti are from Africa. In Jamaica, from Africa.
Right. First born, like
Mexicans,
straight from there.
Filipinos, right? That's why their phenotype, their build. That's why I put up that video, that picture
I
of
seen that. I
Jasmine
seen
Crockett.
that.
Look at her.
Yeah, yeah. But hold on, let's let Enlighten, man, the short bus legend, man, get on. Enlighten, man. I know I ain't give you your time, but I want to get your point on all of this, brother. I hope you still there. Enlighten, you good? Enlighten probably just watching. Enlighten short bus, man. You got your mute on. Well, he probably ain't. He ain't Enlighten. Probably just
They might
checking us out.
run when I start
Right,
talking
right.
like that because they know that the
Nah,
Seminole
my phone.
Wars, they fought
There you
against
go.
us.
Enlighten, you
One
there,
second,
bro?
1 second. Yeah, give me like 2 seconds. Man. I'm gonna flip these headphones around. Oh, no, I got them all right. Yeah, nah, I just came in here straight beefing. Like, you know me, bro. I'm not really. I'm listening, but it's like I just want to know why Barack Obama is supposed to be FBA, but he got like so tight and bro called him a troll. Like, bro didn't call him out of his name. Bro didn't call him like anything crazy. Bro called him a troll, and bro was trying to like.
Yo, that's not my
spiral out on
name,
bro.
bro. You don't speak for me. My name is what I tell you it is. You don't call me something I didn't tell you to call
Bro,
me.
you got called a troll, bro.
It don't matter what
big
you
of a
and I
deal, you know
called
what
you
I
a
mean?
homosexual. You don't call me out my name.
Bro, it's
out
not
your
the same
name.
nigga, bro. This is a different nigga, bro. I'm not playing with you, bro.
Right,
We
right.
could
I'm
drink
talking
up.
about
We could send me your email, nigga. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not. Bro, all right, bro. So send me your email, bro.
Yeah. We
Like, you can
listen,
send me
man,
the email.
listen. Barack Obama and
Now you
everybody.
might not want to do that. I already got in trouble
That's
for that.
fine.
Yeah. Look.
Don't be telling people send an email because I already had 2 trolls that I did that with. Only one was able enough to meet up, and I had to go to court behind that.
Yeah, listen, we ain't doing that on the internet. Now, everybody, listen, bro. We not doing that on this channel. We don't want to listen. If somebody's saying something, we just got to be able to rebuttal him peacefully. We can't do that. We on the internet. We can't get in person. So the man just asks, why did you get so defensive, Barack, that the man called you? But look, let's stay away from the name calling so nobody don't get offensive, and we ain't doing that. Let's
and
just
Water
speak.
God.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I can troll too, man. I've been called a troll too. That's it.
Right. And then I'm just saying we got to be able to just not be able to have this like because Barack, you came on talking about being divisive and being positive, and we was about to dialogue on that, and then you went off. So it's
You
like,
call me on my name.
Right, but still, man, keep your composure.
Where I come from, you can get out.
It's like a person of your age is getting called a troll, and you're like spiraling out. That's crazy, bro. Like niggas mad.
It wasn't that he got called a troll. It was that he got exposed for being Puerto Rican. We already know you.
Puerto Rican, bro. Like this nigga's Franklin the Turtle in real life, bro. This nigga's really Franklin the Turtle, bro. This nigga's really Patrick Star.
You're a Democrat troll. You're a rolling.
And like I said, and you're a homosexual. Faggot homosexual without a father. Without homosexual.
Yeah, this nigga's like 40 years old, bro. This nigga, you cook a TV dinner and chill out, bro. This nigga is crazy.
I'm just saying, for Water Guy's channel, you can't say it. You can get striped for that kind of stuff.
You're submitting. The dude is submitting the fact that basically he has no contention. He has no real argument. You came up here talking about Black Wall Street. First of all, Black Wall Street had nothing to do with Africa, my friend. Nothing.
Oh, none of that.
I be pointing niggas out like this. These niggas be infiltrators, bro. I'm not gonna lie. These niggas be real infiltrators out here.
Let's talk about history. Let's talk about actual, because I don't want to get into conjecture, historical conjecture. I want to get into fact. Let's talk about the fact. The facts of the matter is Africa is not developed, but you have parts of America with black people that are developed. Those are two facts. Black Wall Street didn't have nothing to do with no African. It didn't have.
But I guess they got developed part of Africa too.
Sir,
I mean, I never been there.
to Africa? Have you
I
been?
said I've never been there, but that's what I'm assuming.
So you're speaking on something that you have no information or knowledge.
Well, that's what I was told by African.
Well,
at 40 years old, like an old nigga, yo, that's crazy.
You haven't been to all of Africa. You've been where you've been. You haven't been everywhere.
You were just talking about how Black Wall Street was when we were united with Africans. So my question.
No, I never said that. I said what? No, I never. See, you putting words in my mouth. I said
I'm not putting words in your mouth.
I said when black people. I said no. I said when black people were united during Black Wall Street. That's what I said.
And I'm telling you, the only black people that we talking about in this panel is Black Americans. We're not talking about Africans because they don't identify as black.
And I just said, and I agree with you on that. Who disagreed with you?
So what is your problem then? What is your contention? Why I got?
No, my problem was when my problem started when you called me out my name. That's my problem. I didn't call you out your name.
So I called you a troll.
And you a fucking homo, and I called you a homo.
Bro, you got to get out. No, bro. You can't. Nah, bro, you're doing too much, man. It's like, dang, bro.
This is what I'm talking about. Listen, when I came, Water God, when I came on your panel, I'm talking about verifiable fact. I'm not, no disrespect to nobody, but I don't speak in conjecture. I don't speak in theory. I speak in verifiable fact because it's verifiable. You understand? Mm-hmm. This whole thing about people being African, it's already been proven that that prisoners of war were taken from the Americas and taken over to Africa and Europe. It's already been proven. It's already been proven. So if you don't understand that, you're operating off a false narrative, and you shouldn't be having this conversation.
Say more about that. You saying black people is taken from the United States and brought to Africa.
First of all, they weren't classified, bro. They weren't classified as black. They were not classified as black, sir. Okay, but what we can say, like the sister just said, sir, only one person can speak at once. Let me speak, and then I will give you the respect to speak.
You talk a lot.
I talk a lot because I have a lot of education to give you, my friend. I have a lot to teach you, my friend. Now sit at my chair and let me teach you, my son. Okay. The point that I'm trying to make to you, Mr. Africa. Well, first of all, you're a dude who's not even able to speak about his country of origin. You can't have a conversation about anything unless you tell me what your status is. What is your status? Because you're not
U.S. citizen.
See, then when they start trolling and getting emotional. I'm speaking passionately, but I'm not trolling though. I'm giving you facts, bro.
But sir, you're saying about Wall Street. You're stuck on this Black Wall Street. There's a building right there on the screen in front of you. We have Black Wall Streets all around the world. So what I'm trying to get you to, what I'm trying to get everyone to see, is that they stole our history. We are bigger than one Black Wall Street. We are bigger than one Rosewood. We're bigger than that. And that's the same thing when people are saying Indians. Yes, I am Cherokee. I am. But we were not primitive, right? We were not primitive. We were already living opulent. We built the pyramids. Don't you think we could build this? It has
In
the same
Egypt?
foundation as
Wait, you
our
guys built
pyramids.
pyramids in Egypt?
So
Let's see
I
the
want
map.
all of us to see the
Yo,
bigger
yeah,
picture.
yeah, we
Artifacts,
gave them that information.
architecture is artifacts. So if you're going to say, okay, we were Indian, if you're going to say, okay, Black Wall Street, well then we got to dig deeper. When we have these people on our
Sweetheart, you're
panels
talking
from
conjecture
Puerto
right now. What
Rico,
you're saying
from
is conjecture.
Cuba,
It's not verified.
from
You're saying what
Haiti,
you're talking about is not based in
architecture
it's
is
not facts.
artifacts. That's
Sweetheart,
proof. That is
sweetheart, you're trying to cause chaos in the conversation. Okay, we're talking about America and delineation. We're not talking about the Tartarian Empire. We're talking about
this
Black
is not
Americans and why we're
we're not
delineating some
Tartarian.
people
That's a name.
in
That's
America.
semantics. And I'm
There's
giving
no
you
semantics, sweetheart.
artifacts.
You having two different conversations. Like you
Architecture
having two
is
different. This is what I be
artifacts.
talking about, Water God. We be having
But if you're
conversations,
if
and then
you're
people come in here
FBA,
with this Hotep babble. You know what I'm
no,
saying?
that's not Hotep because
Listen,
I have actually gone back and looked up
sweetheart.
my own county where I live. I have looked up the old school, the schools that are here, right? And who was actually in those schools. I have researched the first prison in Florida and when did the other prisons start being built. This is real. This is called research.
But ma'am, what does that have to do with reparations? Because we're talking about organizing and getting reparations. That's a separate conversation that you're having, and you're
I can
conflating
say
two
the same
different
thing what
conversations.
you were saying about Black Wall Street. That's why I clicked the link because you were talking about Black Wall Street. They were talking about we were together doing Black Wall Street when we were never together when we built these buildings that you see there.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but that's a separate conversation than what I'm saying, sweetheart. I'm
Right,
saying,
but I want you to open
Right.
your mind and do your research on these buildings. Do your research on the artifacts, right? You do know what artifacts are, right?
you shouldn't be condescending when you're speaking to me, ma'am.
But
You
you were
shouldn't do that. That's
condescending
not
to
that's
me
not
when
intelligent.
you said that
That's
I
not
was
intelligent, sweetheart.
conjecturing.
That's you are conjecturing because it's not you doing research. Provide the research. Provide the data.
And we
If
almost
it's
actually stole our shit.
Pull up pictures of old world architecture in Puerto
If it's
Rico,
not
in
verifiable,
Cuba,
it's
in
conjecture,
Haiti.
sweetheart. If it's not
Architecture is
verifiable, it's
proof.
conjecture. That's what you're not
Architecture
understanding.
is a
You and
form
many
of
others like you don't
Architecture is
understand
a
that when you
form
have
of
when
an
you have a
artifact.
theory, you have to prove it with scientific method. Beyond an unverifiable fact, I can't.
Okay, so
there's
then I
nothing
have
that
to
you're
ask
giving
you,
me.
where are you from?
I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from the East. What are you asking?
No. No.
Where am I
Where's your
from? I'm from
family
Brooklyn.
from?
That's troll.
Family is
How
from
you tell this nigga not from here? That's crazy.
Guy's
You're not
trolling right
FBA.
now. He's not
Because
FBA.
even if you're FBA, you're
Who's
gonna at
not
least
FBA?
open your mind and say, okay,
You're not
let
talking
me
about
look
nothing
into
that's worth
that.
being. You're not talking
Alright,
about no
y'all, we
action
not
items. You're not talking about nothing that we
Yeah,
can do.
bro
You're
is
talking
definitely
about, I'm not
FBA. Y'all tripping.
What
Yeah,
are you
bro's
talking
FBA.
about,
Y'all
Audrey?
is tripping
You came
right
in here
now.
to derail the conversation. And Water God, this is what I be talking about. You got to stop letting these people come in here and derail conversations with this Hotep babble.
But
Okay,
you're
we
saying that
created.
you are
Okay,
providing
we had a
proof.
vast empire throughout. We
Provide
had a
some
vast
proof.
empire throughout the world.
Provide
Okay,
tangible
okay.
proof.
But what does that have to do? What does that have to do with organizing delineation and getting reparations? Those are two different conversations. We're
That's
talking
what I'm
about
telling you
delineating.
now. We've been
We're not talking
delineated.
about
Our
we're not
ancestors.
talking about a Star Wars empire, the old republic, my dude. We're talking about what exists right now in today.
Okay, y'all. So check, y'all.
You
Listen.
gotta
let's get-
respect black women. You gotta respect.
Hold on. Let me mute y'all. Let's get to it. So now, listen. We just gonna speak on what we was talking about. We was talking about the Black Wall Street incident and how connected. My question was, when was we connected? Because y'all was saying that we were like FBAs is being divisive. So that's just what I wanted to get clear from somebody to answer that question. It was never really answered. They said Black Wall Street, but that had nothing to do with Africa. So let's get back to that. And I want to get what Corey was saying. I want everybody to just let's stick on that subject right there.
Let me just say this, and then I'm gonna let people have the floor.
Yeah.
I'm about talking about actionable items, criteria. What are we? Who we are, defining it, and telling other people this is not what you are. You are not this. You trying to call me a tether, and I'm not this and that. I'm not that because I don't care about some ancient Listen, at the end of the day, we have to reclassify ourselves anyway. So we're breaking new ground. And what we're doing right now is creating the role. Who is this and who is not this? That's it. Empires from 5,000 years ago with magic carpets and flying ships and niggas doing backflips with hookah. That has nothing to do That don't have nothing to do with reparations and why I'm not African and why a person who came here from Africa 10 years ago can't be classified the same as me. That's what I'm talking. I'm talking about the deceptive practices of people like Big Banger who aren't even man enough to tell me what part of what country in Africa he's from. Period. All that other shit is irrelevant.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that is weird. That is weird.
I'm not going to engage divisiveness by talking about my past life. I'm American now. I wanted to ask Corey.
I'm American now.
This nigga's like, I'm American now. This nigga got different generations and different. Come on, man.
He's talking.
I'm American now.
All right, y'all let him go. Hold on. Let him go. Go ahead, bro.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Before we was talking about spaceships, we were talking about somebody said that Black Americans were brought from North America to Africa. Can somebody expound on that?
Well, let me on this channel we have said that it was over 2,000 pyramids in America. So you said that the pyramids was in Egypt, and they have the same construct as we had here in America. So yeah, we was the ones that, we was the leaders of this world pretty much. So we are the ones that gave Egypt all of that knowledge so they could build the pyramids right there. So that's what.
Yeah, they were too busy eating bush.
You can tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm actually genuinely learning something. Somebody got a lot of feedback. But so what happened was the indigenous people of the United States, who are now called Black Americans, were taken by Europeans from the North American continent.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say that's what somebody said. I was just giving you, this was how I feel them pyramids got in Egypt and how it was 2,000 pyramids in the United States before that. So that's what I was on when you brought up the pyramids.
Yeah, I'm asking you what you think. And so it's whatever I'm not trying to get your ideas, and it's fine. It's not right or wrong. This is what you say. So the Europeans brought indigenous Black people from the North American continent to Africa, and the indigenous people of North America constructed not only the pyramids in North America but also in Egypt. Is that what's being said?
No,
Sir,
that's not
just
what's
like-
being said.
Okay.
Just like how you have the obelisk, right, which is the Washington Monument in DC. They have obelisks in Egypt. You have inspiration, you have ideas, you have word of mouth. That's how these things get passed from one area to another. The point that I'm making,
I was going to say the obelisk, the Colosseum, the Parthenon, the amphitheater are all considered so-called ancient architecture that they like to attribute to the Greeks and Romans, right? But look at that building. It has the columns. It has the dome at the top, right? That's what I'm saying is everyone open your eyes. Look at these, pull up videos of these islands. Ask yourself, who are these people that went into these Caribbean islands to take those islands from us? Who went into Moscow, Russia, Britain, France? Who built the Great Wall of China to keep the Chinese out? That's all I wanted to say, y'all. I love y'all. I'm going to say good night, and I'm going to continue to listen.
For real, Audrey. For real. We appreciate you. I get where you going at with these buildings because we were talking about that. But Corey, go ahead and where you was at with it. You was talking about the pyramids.
Let me say this. I had no intent to disrespect the sister. My thing is, let's stay on track. When we got there needs to be order. I'm a veteran, okay? I did 10 years in the Air Force. I believe in order. I believe in things being rigid and straightforward, okay? Respectfully. Now, with that being said, when the dude who's from New York, who's actually a Puerto Rican Democrat, came on trolling, he started talking about see, this is it's too much confusion in the mix. You got this dude who's a Democrat shill who already admitted that he listens to Roland Martin. And so when you have somebody like that, and then they start talking about, well, you're being divisive, that's where the tethering begins, because my question is, who is united? When have Africans been united with Black Americans? I remember in the 80s and 90s, it was Queen Latifah talking about UNITY. I remember growing up, it was us wearing the kufis and the different patterns. You know what I'm saying? It was us. I didn't see Africans doing that. And then when you go over to Africa, yeah, they're united, just like an Asian is united. They're united with us just like a European is united. Yeah, they like Lil Wayne. And they like this different type of the music and the culture. And that's as far as it goes. But they don't have the historical knowledge or record. They don't have a history of helping us. We got a history of helping y'all. I could point to Ethiopian Airlines, the Ethiopian Air Force, and how that was started by the Brown Condor, John Robinson. I could point out to that. I could point out to when Haile Selassie opened up land in Ethiopia for Black Americans specifically. The Jamaicans ran over there and tried to take over the land, which they did successfully, the Rastas. I can talk about how we've contributed to not only to the world, but to Black Africa specifically through helping you guys organize about anti-apartheid, sending money, allowing you to come over to our schools and participate in our schools. And then you come over here 50, 60 years later and tell me that I'm divisive when you've done nothing. You've done nothing for me or my people materially. You've done nothing to change the conditions of our people. You've done nothing to deter. Let me finish. I will let you speak. You're trolling. Let me finish. Let me finish. You've done nothing to change the material conditions. You've done nothing.
I'm gonna let you go, Banger. Go ahead.
He's done nothing to change the material conditions of his own people in his homeland, hence him having to leave his homeland and run to another man's house and tell you he's the same as you, to sleep in your bed and eat your food and sleep with your women and tell you that he's the same as you because he's so pathetic he can't build up in his own homeland of origin. That's what I'm talking about. And I land my plane.
Okay, Banger.
I didn't want to say this. I didn't want to say this, and I'm out of here. I just want to say this, and I'm out of here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mama Lisa.
Okay, the young man say he like order, and I agree with you. I like order, so let's respect water, because all y'all is interested, and we want to listen to everybody, but we can't when everybody talking at once. Now I'm gonna get on back out here. Thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mama Lisa. Yeah, we may have to start bringing up one at a time, but go ahead, Big Banger. What's your response to what he just said?
Yeah, the gentleman just said how Haile Selassie opened up land for Black Americans to immigrate to Africa or Ethiopia. So that's, he just proved his own point. Africans have done something for Black Americans to change the material condition.
Black.
So out of everything I said, he had to talk about a reward that was given after action was taken. I just explained to you, sir. Maybe you should learn some history before you try to step on stage with a tyrant, a historical phenom, a political pariah. Okay, let me explain something to you, sir. What you're not understanding is that the Ethiopian king wouldn't have done what he did if we hadn't already been over there helping them. Okay, it was Black Americans who were organizing when Italy invaded Ethiopia. It wasn't Nigerians. It wasn't Ghanaians. It wasn't South Africans. It wasn't Kenyans. It was Black Americans organizing. My great-great-great-grandfather organizing, going over there, participating in wars, giving you guys tactics and understanding of how the European works. Okay? So you giving us a little bit of land that the Jamaicans came and took, doing more tether shit, that don't have nothing to do with you changing our material conditions, because the material conditions of America in the early 19th or the early 20th century, was still better than Ethiopia to this day. So what are you talking about? You're not helping us. I've been to your homelands and I understand how you live.
Can we engage in a back and forth instead of a filibuster? Can we just engage in a back and forth? I'm very
but if
familiar
you're going to engage,
here we go.
Be honest. Don't be deceptive. Don't be deceptive because we know history.
Yeah, okay. So John Robinson, I'm trying to.
Go ahead, Banger. Go ahead, man.
Thank you. It's emotional. So John Robinson, he helped in the first or second Italo-Abyssinian War. Which one was it?
Listen, brother.
You're a historical phenom, right? Let's talk about history.
Listen.
First or second Italo-Abyssinian War. Right. Deflect. No deflect.
Listen.
Don't answer the question. Deflect.
Listen, you're not proving any points. You're not proving any points by going into granularities. The point, my thesis statement is that me and you are not the same. That you being in America does not benefit me. It never has. And there's never been a positive relationship coming from Africans to Black Americans. That's my point. So unless you can address that point, you don't really have nothing to say.
Banger.
I mean, it was a very simple question. We're talking about history. I asked him a history question. He's saying we're not the same. And, I get it. We're not the same. We're not exactly the same. So
so what was your question again, Banger?
He was talking about the Italo-Abyssinian War, the Abyssinian War with John Robinson. On that, was the first or second war. I mean, which war are we talking about? He's a historical phenom, right? So let's talk about history. I'm also a historical phenom, so let's talk about it.
Right,
Okay.
Corey,
It
give
was the
me clarity.
It was the
Give me
first. It
clarity
was
on
the,
what you were saying. The
it
first
was
one?
the Italians invaded during the First World War. Correct.
Okay. Yep. It was the first one,
Nope.
Banger.
Nope. Wrong. Look it up. Google it again. Not the First World War.
All right, bro. That's irrelevant, bro. This is what I be talking about. You're
So you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying
you know
stuff.
what I'm talking about. I know that your bloodline is a cowardly bloodline, and you haven't assisted
There we go.
anybody on your
There we go. Back to the deflection.
Let alone
Back to
assist-
the
let
deflection.
alone no, that's my whole point. That
Right.
don't have nothing to do with deflecting. That's my entire content. Forget about John Robinson. My contention is that in Africa, you guys are tribal.
Now let's forget about him. Now let's forget about him. Now we don't want to talk about John Robinson.
You don't help each other. You don't do nothing for black people globally.
Okay.
The African is known globally as a leech, as the bottom. That's the point that I'm making, that we've done nothing but put you on our backs and carry you. We've carried black people, quote unquote black people, and you haven't added to that. You come to America and you try to kick our back in. So I'm trying to figure out, what are you talking about?
I don't respect it.
I don't have to
Okay.
debate with you about. I don't have to
You're
debate
just
the chronological origins of John Robinson. I have, with my debate with you, is number one, where are you from, and number two, how is the people that make up that country, how have they benefited Black Americans? That's the whole conversation.
Right.
Not
So let's
it's not
take it
getting into granularities about when John Robinson did a backflip into some Ethiopian pussy. That's not what
Right.
we're talking about.
Okay, so let's get.
You brought up John Robinson. You brought him up. I didn't bring him up. You
Okay,
brought
where are
him
you
up.
from? Let's bring up your country of origin. And now I'm bringing up, where's your country of origin? Where are you from?
I'm not going to engage in divisiveness. Why?
All right,
Who
then.
cares?
So you're waving. So you're
You brought it
submitting.
up. I'm American.
You've retreated. You've retreated.
Just like
You
you
already
don't. Just like you don't know history. Just like you don't know history.
Hey, I don't need to know history, but guess what, brother? I'm in my homeland making six.
First, you're a
figures. I'm
historical
winning, dude.
phenomenon. You're
I'm
a
winning,
historical
dude.
phenom, and now you
I
don't need to
traveled
know
to your
history.
homeland, and
I mean,
guess
which
what?
one
I
is
didn't
it?
need to relinquish my
All right, let's
citizenship.
keep it.
I didn't need to relinquish my citizenship, sir, to go to a better place. All I had to do was visit where you're from and see it's, oh, this is a shambles. I want to go back home.
The only way
That's a fact. I don't have to get into all this old goofy shit.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we just want to the chat double checked it, and they said actually it was before World War II. So, but
it was World War I. That's when the Italians invaded Ethiopia. What are we talking about?
yeah, so they looked it up. That's what the chat is saying. So, Renaissance woman, salute to you for looking that up.
It
But
was World War I. World War I ended in 1918.
okay, I mean,
If you don't, it's okay to not know, but don't say you're a historical
Sure.
phenom and be dead
Sure.
wrong.
Sir, it doesn't even matter, sir. My question to you is, where are you from, and what have those
There it
people
goes.
in
There
that
it goes.
country-
Deflection.
What have
There
those
it
people in
goes.
that country? What have those? No, that's not a deflection. I brought up John Robinson to prove that Black Americans have a history, regardless of when it was, of doing more for Black people than you and your group, your tribe.
right.
That's the whole
So
point.
look, Banger, you said that Africans did do something for Black Americans. What was it that you was referring to?
I was actually using the point that these other gentlemen brought up. He said Haile Selassie gave land grants to Black Americans. So that it was said that Africans have never done or are not doing anything for Black Americans, and that's wrong. Haile Selassie gave land to Black Americans. He said that himself. That's my whole point. That's all I was saying.
But let's okay. Well, let me interject on this. But they also got something too I covered on my channel where it's always been a connection to, in Ghana they did that. It's kind of like scammy, where they say, hey, you can get your Americans, you can get some land in Ghana, and, it's like 700. But I don't think that's like they're doing something for us. That's like for the Africans that they feel that they got out of slavery or something like that. But we're over here fighting for reparations in our country for what we're doing. How is that benefiting us? You get what I mean? Like, how could you say like they put in land over there for us is benefiting America?
I support reparations for for victims of chattel slavery. I support that. I can't speak for what countries are doing in Africa. I mean, if somebody's going to give somebody some land, I would think that's a material benefit. But the nuances of these programs and policies, I can't speak on. But I think it's an example of how Africans have been supportive of Black Americans.
But think about it like this, right? You hear how Corey is saying how he's seeing how the country is over there, right? And you can see how it's more colonized than we are over here. So couldn't that be, if we don't want to call ourselves African American and we're telling you that, and it's like they're trying to give Americans land in Africa, you don't see what we're trying to fight our fight of saying that while we trying to delineate and get away from this term of trying to be forced into Africa?
Honestly, no, I don't see how you verbalizing that you're different from me helps you. I just don't see it.
No, it's not that we, no. It's not that. It's that this. When you see a Jamaican or when you see any other person, you don't attach African to them. But you want me to keep sticking this African American term on me when I have no ties. My grandparents saying they're Cherokee Indian. So it's like, how can you make it make sense? So this is why we delineate, because you tying us to something that everybody else is not doing. Like you in America now, go ahead.
If you recall yesterday, the stat was thrown out there that 97% of current modern day Black Americans are descendants of indigenous Aboriginal Americans, and somebody said it's 3%. Only 3% of Black Americans are descendants of chattel slavery from the continent of Africa. And so all I'm saying is that some of us are African American. I'm African American. You guys are African. Some of you guys are African American. Some of you guys are not. Like yourself, a water god. You said you're not African American. You're indigenous American. Okay, I get it. But some, like you guys said yesterday, some of you guys are African American. I want to link up with those people. I want to unite with those people.
Well, Baller, Banger, those people don't exist. I'm sorry to tell you. Those people died a long, long, long time ago. We're talking 500 years ago. When they got off them boats, the few that did, that's the next generation over. It was done. They later became freedmen. We've been mixed in primarily with indigenous, those that came off boats, those of us that were here already, mixed in with a few Africans. It's a reason why we don't really have no stories from Africa, but we can tell you about indigenous tales that's been passed down. That grandparents, both grandma and grandpa, mostly grandma, that will pass these stories down. African Americans don't exist. That's why Messy Jesse got in a lot of trouble when he tried to push it, because a lot of Black people were saying, I'm Negro, I'm Black, and those that really knew their history said, I'm Indian. Even the term indigenous, they didn't really use.
African American, the term African American was used as early as 1782 in a newspaper in Pennsylvania.
No.
It was. I'll read it.
Now, if you're saying back then, where they said village, Africa village, this and that, you had some people that wanted to pay homage to Africa. You had Frederick Douglass that played homage to Africa, but then doubled back and said, I'd rather be a slave in America than in Africa. And America is the Negro's homeland.
Okay.
So he changed his tune primarily after connecting with people from Africa and seeing their behavior and trying to help them, bringing them to Tuskegee to get an education, to go help build their homeland. And they gave him the middle finger. So we've always tried to help people. But now it's at a time where if you want to, quote unquote, link with some African Americans, the only people you can do is with FBA. And at this point, a lot of us are like, no. Some are willing, but they're going to be very stern on drop your flag drop any connection to Africa, and you're going to be like an honorary FBA, just like them slaves that got off them boats.
So how is it that the slaves got off the boats, they became freedmen or American, but I'm not? I got off the boat.
Well, that was hundreds of years ago. That's why when you say you gave up your citizenship and you became a citizen of America, that means you will always be property to America. So that means you've abandoned your homeland.
How many years do I need to become an American?
Let me just say something real quick. First of all, let me debunk this African American pamphlet that you're talking about, a sermon on the capture of Lord Cornwallis. First of all, the identity or ethnic origins of the author of that pamphlet is not identified, sir. So we don't know if that was a Black American. We don't know if that was a white abolitionist. We don't know the origins of that. So you can kind of use that pamphlet. We know a lot of tethers and Pan-Africanists like to use that, but we don't know the origins or the organization that that person belonged to. Number one. Number two, in order to be foundational to a country, you would have had to have blood, sweat, and tears. You didn't just migrate to a country that already existed. What you're not understanding is that we existed in this country, in this landmass, prior to it even existing as the United States of America, and long after. We didn't just come over here and renounce our old citizenship and become citizens in a new country that already exists. You understand? You got citizenship in a country that already exists, that profited off the labor of my people. Your people did not labor to build this land. Your people's blood is not involved in the universities, in the insurance companies, in the automobile makers, in the government. Your people are from a different place, and we're not the same, and you're being disingenuous and facetious to try to tell me and you are the same. That's disrespectful. We ain't the same.
So I'm a white boy. The other guy's a Puerto Rican, and whoever disagrees is
the problem is you can't address what I just said to you. You got to change because
I'm looking it up right now. I'm looking it up right now.
I don't care about your ethnic origin. I'm asking you, what's the country of origin? Number one. Number two, you asked a question. You said, well, how many years do I need to put in to be considered one of you? And I'm telling you, bro, first of all, that's weird that you would want to come from another country and try to pretend to be a whole nother group of people. That's weird. Don't you have your own culture and history and food and activities that you partake in as somebody from another place? Why are you so quick to throw your identity away and try to put on my identity like it's a fucking pair of underwear? That's weird to me. That's totally out of pocket and it's parasitic at best. And that's what I'm talking about when I come on Water God's panel. I talk about the parasitic nature of the African. This is what I'm talking about. You are not helping me by coming over here pretending to be me. That's what jackals do. That's what Trojan horses are for. That's a problem. You're being disingenuous. That is the problem that we have here. It don't matter history and this and that. What you are doing now in 2026 on the 9th of or the 8th of January, is being deceptive. Okay. You don't have the blood, sweat, and tears that our ancestors have in this land. You do not. You don't even have the same issues when you come to this land that we do. You get a clean slate. We don't get a clean slate. Right. Sir, I'm not talking about you having a job in Dugay. You could get a job. I can go to Africa and get a job selling, fufu on the corner. I'm not talking about
Puerto Rican.
I'm not talking about, but sir, stop being disingenuous. Stop being disingenuous. Your conversation is disingenuous because you're trying to tell me that you came here in the past 10, 20 years and now all of a sudden you're the same as me. No, bro. I would never go to your homeland and tell them people. I would never go to your homeland and tell them people that we the same because I renounced my citizenship and I'm over here now. So now we the same. That type of shit will get you chopped the fuck up in Africa.
I gotta agree with you.
That type of shit will get you cut up in Africa, dude. That shit will get you knocked the fuck out and missing in Africa. So why you think you could come to America? And it's not just you, it's the Asians, it's the Latinos. You guys come from these places where you couldn't do what you needed to do as men back home. So now you want to come to another man's house and tell me that you're the same as me, bro. We not brothers and we ain't never been brothers. I asked you a simple question. What have people from Africa done to benefit Black Americans that wasn't in response to something that we did to benefit you?
You gave the example.
And then another thing, you talking about Ethiopia, bro. I'm not talking, bro. See, it's crazy, right? Because Water God, I just said, when it's convenient, Africans will talk about Africa like it's a country, and then when it's convenient, they'll talk about it like it's a continent. And that's what this dude has been doing this entire conversation. This is deceptive. This is game for my FBA folks in the chat and the panel listening. This is deception. And anytime somebody's being deceptive, they don't have a good agenda for you. They don't have good intentions for you. This person is deceptive. Just like the white supremacist, the African is a liar. Period.
Yo, yeah, I got it. Listen, I'm hearing what he's saying on that. I just dropped the link too for we got somebody here, heinous, want to call in, but banger. The point what he's saying is, bro, you're trying to say you're American and you're Black American. You like, I'm Black and I'm American, so I'm one of you guys. Do you see how that could be disingenuous by you just saying that?
Wait, Water God. Wait, before you answer that.
America. Oh, so you we're just talking, just relax. So I said I'm Black in America, and I said you guys are Black Americans. That's what I said. It's in the chat.
Oh,
you can
Black
read it.
in America, and we're Black America. Yeah. So, okay, but do you see how you trying to? It still seems like you trying to, you trying to play the words to, kind of like trying to fit in to be a foundational. Is that what you trying to do?
What's my goal? What is my goal by trying to fit in or play like I'm you? What is my intent? What do you think I want to do with that?
Well, we got something where it's called cosplaying. I mean, where it's like we got a term called tethering. That means where you act like you're you act like you're an American to get the resources that you can get, just to but you're not really an American. You're just doing that to it gets you
resources. I have my own job. I have a job. What resources am I using or stealing
but this is what somebody's gonna say if you don't say your own culture. If you're gonna say and make it seem like you're somebody else's culture, it's like it just makes it seem like you're using that for your best interest. Like I got a friend that you talked to yesterday, Black Boy Wonder. He's from America. He grew up with me in the Sandbox, but he's in the UK. He ain't going over there in the UK and telling them people. He telling them he FBA, he foundational, because his lineage is from here. But he's still in the UK. He's still getting money over there and linking with people, but he's not. He's not going about it like that, huh?
That's what's unique about the United States is that people can immigrate from around the world and gain citizenship and become Americans. You can't do that in any other country on the planet, and that's all I'm saying, man. I'm from Africa. I disclosed that. I left Africa. I became a U.S. citizen, and now I'm an American. And I'm not sure why that's a problem for you guys.
There's two different Americans though. Now there's about to be a third of kind of American. You got us, FBAs, Black Americans. You got white Americans, and it's soon to be immigrant / whatever American. In that, most people like you, they put in our category box as Black, but y'all do white supremacist tactics. And the reason, like, you say how much time. The white boys back in the day, the Irish became white or white Americans. It took them 50 years, 100 years? They had to put in work. So pretty much to the next generation. In Japan, they don't ever consider you a citizen. You can be a part of Japan, but you'll be always treated as an immigrant. And your children, even then, it's not until they breed out whatever you are, you're truly considered Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
And for us, honestly, you could never be FBA. Even if you marry a Black American woman, that child is by ethnic. She would have to marry another Black American, and then that child have to marry another Black American to be fully FBA. So it's not about putting in work. You'll always be considered an immigrant. Always. They're going to always look at you because of the history. You have no ties, no lineage to this land.
That's why he's not being upfront with his, he's saying he's an American now. It's like, forget my lineage, forget my past. I'm an American now. I'm here. I'm one of you. You know what I mean? I'm Black. I'm American. It's like, that's the kind of stuff we're dealing with. But hold on. We got Hero. I want to let him get on. Hero, man, I wanted to hear what you had to tell. You just tapped on. I dropped the link. What you got to say about all
Yeah,
that?
what's up? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Look.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You good.
Oh, okay, no doubt. All right. What I wanted to say is this, man. I think the thing is when we express the way we feel to us, to this, to us collectively, they don't realize that the quintessence Black Americans is really our, the way that we feel about the way that, how we've been treated here in this country. Our spirit is ultimately the resist everything that they have set up. And if you take the mindset in the way that you do business in this country, then that's why we see up. You see, because I'll give you an example. During the scandemic, when they fought for effort to get us to take the jab, one of the things that there's footage of Dr. Fauci running around in the neighborhoods, walking around trying to take the jab. Most FBAs was like, we ain't rocking with you on that, because essentially their nature is to distrust them. You see what I'm saying? And that's not really what we get from them when it comes to they work hard. Euphemistically, what they're saying is, I'm in line with what they got going on. I'm here to just be, whatever I got to do economically, and see has stated that that's what makes it for Americans. We don't trust their science is flawed. Science, like I said, is literally the quintessence of our spirit. They know that everything that this Blanco knows, he weaponizes everything.
Yeah, bro. His audio was going out, man. But yeah, Hero, man, your audio was going out, but there you go, you back.
Street and restaurants and the service industry. Those two industries complement each other. We've said that this man's, that he peddles poison through the pharmacy, and we know that he peddles poison, also his food. And so when those two industries are used as weapons against us, these are the industries that you'll find readily running into. They find one of those two industries, and so what they'll do is they'll think that because those industries and say it's fine, but you have to find some way. Oh, can you? Is it chopping up?
Yeah. Your mic going in. Try to leave and come back in. Your mic kind of chopping up, kind of going out. Are you on the flip phone? You said, are you on the flip phone? Let's see if he no, he said he on the Obama phone. Man, y'all shut up, man. Where's Miss Mickey at? That AI shot. But let me let Banger get off, man. Banger, man, to be let Hero back in. What's your take on what we saying, man? I mean, is it resonating? Do you feel like we not being divisive? We just trying to.
Well, I mean, I can give you an example. You got this woman's comment. She's calling me a booty scratcher. I think she's referring to me. So I don't know, so that feels divisive to me.
Somebody call it. Somebody joking. Listen.
It doesn't feel like a joke, though. It doesn't feel like a joke. I understand context. I'm actually pretty smart.
Right. So listen.
Look on the uptake.
Somebody say a booty. So listen. If somebody call you a booty scratcher, that's like being divisive. Amy, how is that being divisive? We call names in Black American culture. We joke and do that all the time. How is that being divisive?
So when a white person calls you the N-word, is that a joke?
Oh boy, here we go. I was waiting for you to say that shit. I was waiting for you to say some goofy shit like that.
That's not on a joke. Listen, that's not on a joke. Huh?
She's not. It's just a name. She's not joking either. This woman that's caused me a booty, she's not joking.
Explain it. So guess what? So if you're not an N-word, how are you one of us? If you're not a nigga, then how are you one of? Because I'm a nigga. My people is niggas, right? So how are you one of me? How are me and you the same if you think that you can't be a nigga? You too good to be a nigga. So, but we're the same. Explain that to me.
Yeah,
break it down for me.
I'm not a nigger.
Well, you said it with the hard R.
Bro, that's the difference. And again, I hope that people are listening to this tether, right? That's the difference between us and y'all. See, we take the things that people give us, the names that people give us, like Akata and all these Jareers and all these other goofy shit that y'all got for us. We take that and we flip it and we weaponize it against you, and then we normalize it. You understand? That's the problem that you have, right? You trying to come to me and tell me that, oh yeah, we the same, we the same, and we this and that.
Because let a white person say y'all be all in your feelings, ready to fight
But who's
somebody.
y'all? But hold on. But what is y'all? I thought we was united. I thought she was being divisive. So what do you mean y'all?
The people that refer to themselves as niggers. That's who.
Nobody refers to themselves as niggers, my friend. Nobody does that. See, this is what I'm talking about. Right. You got this white, educated, shucking and jiving, hypochondriac. Dude, you corny, bro. You come over here and you trying to emulate white boys. That's what y'all do. You corny, bro. That's the problem. This is why we're not the same. You talking about somebody calling you a booty scratcher.
Now I'm trying to be white.
And you're comparing it. You're comparing it to a word. You're comparing it to a word with a history. You're comparing it to a word with a history of racial violence and genocide attached to it, sir. Booty scratcher don't have no negative connotations to it outside of a joke, my friend. The term nigger is a word that's tied to racial genocide, racial violence, economic deprivation, hundreds of years of disenfranchisement. So what are you talking about?
Water God said it's just a name.
What are you talking about, my friend?
It's just a name.
I don't care what Water God said. Water God speak for Water God. Corey speak for Corey. We two different men. I'm talking to you. I don't go by what his definition is. I go by my definition. So I'm asking you a question. Explain to me how somebody calling you a booty scratcher is the same as being called the word.
I'm talking to you.
I'm talking to you, Mr. Tether. I'm talking to you.
And I'm talking to Water God. And I'm talking
soft. Y'all soft, bro. Y'all are soft. And here's another thing. If you watch the movie Hotel Rwanda, Water God, you could pull up the scene right now. The scene with Nick Nolte, where he's sitting there talking to Don Cheadle. And Don Cheadle's asking him, why y'all not helping us? Why are you not helping Rwandans? You know what he said? He said, Nick Nolte, he said, you're not even a nigger. You're less than a nigger. So you're less than a nigger. You're less than dirt. You're less than dust. You have no victory. So what are we talking about?
Hollywood.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about, sir? That's the movie was written by a European. The movie was written by a European, sir. The scriptwriter was a European, sir. This is the mindset of a European. I'm giving you white mommy, white daddy's mindset. They told you that you're less than a nigger. So what are you talking about when you talking about nigger?
Movies are not real, my friend. Movies are not real.
So the Rwandan genocide ain't real? The Rwandan genocide ain't real, my friend? It wasn't Africans killing other Africans.
Hollywood is not real.
Against other Africans, my
Hollywood is not real.
Was the Rwandan genocide real or not, my friend? Was the Rwandan genocide real or not, my friend? Is the ongoing genocide in Nigeria real or not, my friend?
Was Don Cheadle at the Rwandan genocide? Was Don Cheadle at Nick Nolte?
Your grandmother probably was. You probably got the game from your grandmother.
Is that a joke? Water God, was that a joke?
You probably got the game from your grandmother.
Listen, okay, check it. Let's stick to this. This is the point. You said, Banger, that a booty scratcher and being called an N-word is the same thing. And that's what we don't agree on that.
You said it's just a name. You said it's just a name, bro.
No, we're joking. That was a joke. No. It wasn't that it's a name. It's that we joke like that. That's how we, they're calling you a booty scratcher. That's more like somebody's joking. That's nothing. You taking it like a slur or something that's bad to you, and that's just like a funny joke. And then you comparing it to the word, a racial slur with a white person saying it. That's like totally.
It's not about intent. It's about impact. So say a white boy is sitting around talking about using the N-word, but like in a joking kind of fashion. Black people don't take that as a joke. Y'all be feeling some type of way about that. So I mean,
so you're not black anymore. You just said you was black. So what you mean, y'all? What's up with all this y'all? You're so confused. You all over the place in your brain, my man. Figure it out. Be consistent. This is the problem that I have, bro. Is the lack of consistency.
You be speaking,
the people that refer to themselves as N-words. That's not me. I told you. I've established that. I'm not an N-word. Got it?
you're less than an N-word. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You are less than an N-word. That's your position in this world as an African, because you guys haven't developed your homelands. So you have less, you come into where the N-words are, and you're benefiting off of us. And then you don't even want to admit where you're from. That's booty scratcher behavior if I ever saw it. That's booty scratcher behavior.
You understand what I'm saying about the names? So if a white person uses the N-word, black folks be feeling some type of way about that, right?
But there is white people that use the N-word, number one, and we use the N-word, so we use it. So you're still not making sense, because I'm just comparing.
It's just a name, bro. It's just a name, bro.
It's not just a name, bro.
Right? Just like booty scratcher.
Booty scratcher just a name? I think it's a joke. It's like, what is a booty scratcher, bro? Like, I mean, I don't even understand why you making it seem like you're so offended. Like, why are you so offended by somebody calling you a booty scratcher?
Why do you get offended when somebody calls you the N-word? It's
We just told you why. We just told you why. Because there's an entire history associated with disenfranchisement for hundreds of years in this country. What are you talking about? There's no history associated with booty scratcher. What are you talking about?
Pejorative? Booty scratcher?
Okay,
Pejorative?
what is the pejorative term? How are you disenfranchised as have you ever been classified racially as a booty scratcher? Have you ever been discriminated against on the basis of being called a booty scratcher, sir?
Have you ever been classified as an N-word? I mean,
have you ever been discriminated against on the basis of being called a booty scratcher, sir?
Yeah,
it's being used in a divisive. It's being used in a divisive way right now.
Have you ever been discriminated against? Has their quality of life or access to wealth been taken from you as a result of being called a booty scratcher?
Has yours ever been taken from you based on a name, on a word?
Absolutely.
It's violence been happening behind that name. It's people that died. Yeah, it's people that died when they said that name, though.
It's
a
word.
Yeah,
somebody died.
See, this is what I'm talking about. How are you going to unite? How are you going to unite? And you can't even stick to our ethnic guidelines, and you trying to unite with us. How is that going to work? You disrespecting my family. How is that going to work? How are we going to unite?
I said it once, and I'll say it again. I want to unite with the people who want to unite with me.
And again,
that's not you. That's not you. If that's not you, that's not you.
What's the benefit? Hold on. What's the material benefit from uniting with you specifically? Are you educating
mutual aid, mutual aid and support? Mutual aid and support.
What is the okay? I'm talking about you specifically because I can tell you how I'm helping my people, how I've helped Africans. I'm asking you as a man, Mr. Banger, how am I benefiting from your presence?
We're not uniting. You've established that. We're not. We're not.
Okay,
forget me.
Cool, Banger.
You're not going to
unite
benefit.
with. Okay, Banger, but who you would unite with? Let's say, you looking to unite with FBAs, right? That's what you're saying?
Black Americans?
FBAs.
Okay, that's one of the same, right? I use one of the same
No,
terms.
because actually you can be a Black American right now. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, let's not quibble over the nuances. Go ahead.
No, that's what you said. You're claiming to be a Black
I
American.
said, I said okay. Hella argument.
Okay, I just want to make it. I just want to make it. So you saying you trying to unite, right?
With those that want to unite with me, yes.
So, but like he said, so what? But what I'm saying is, this is where we lost. Like you saying unite, but I'm saying, I'm trying to understand. I'm lost. Like those that want to unite with you.
So not all Black Americans or FBAs think like you guys. Some are okay with me being calling myself a Black American, and some of us see, then some Black folks see us as equals. So. With those people, I want to engage in mutual aid and support. Engage in business.
Nobody said that you're not an equal. Nobody's saying that you're not an equal, bro. You're an equal. You're a human being. Nobody's saying that you're not equal, and that's the problem. You're once again, it's the disingenuousness of what you're saying, sir. Nobody said you're not equal. Nobody said you have equal protection.
It doesn't matter how you feel. We're not uniting. It doesn't matter what you think about.
But guess what? The thing is, we've already united as far as we can unite because you're over here and you're able to get a job and you have a higher standard of living. I can't go to your country and get a higher standard of living. That's
no unification. There's no unification between you and I.
Now you got to go to trolling. You're trolling because there's no benefit to fucking with you. That's why you don't
So
got no benefits. There's no
we
benefits.
are. So you and I are united then. I say we're not united. Now you're saying we are united.
We're not united.
He's basically saying
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but listen. You're here right off of the back of what our ancestors did. So basically, it's more beneficial for you than it is for us right now. Like, you would have to be able to pay homage and see what our ancestors did and say, yeah, I want to pay into that tax for the FBA taxes. You know why? Because me and my family wouldn't even be able to come here if it wasn't for what what your ancestors did. That's what, like, you own some stuff like, I want to unite with whoever want to unite with me. And it's like, bro, you already benefiting off of what we did. Now it's time for you to pay homage and show respect. Like, you should want to, like, what are you saying you trying to do to,
Right. I know.
Respect for us.
Yesterday you said a way that I could show my respect for what your ancestors have done for me, providing this opportunity, was contribute to the channel. And I asked you, I said, because I when we spoke yesterday, I said I came to the America to take advantage of an opportunity. And then you said to me that, if I wanted to show support or unite, I could, give back to the channel. So would that be you taking advantage of an opportunity that I provided?
What opportunity did you provide?
If I was to support and contribute to the channel?
No, you would be paying homage and paying respect for the ancestors. So you're patronizing the ancestors. You're patronizing, the ancestors, because you're paying homage for being here. Bro, anytime I went to, and I'm talking about in the United States, anytime I went to another town and I'm trying to do business in another town that's not mine, I automatically want to put somebody on in that town. I don't come in there and try to just take the money or get money out of people. And, it's just a level of,
Is it two things? Is it possible that it's two things? It's me paying respect and homage to the ancestors. And it's two, it's me providing you an opportunity for you to take advantage of. Is it not those two things? It's two things, isn't it?
What opportunity can you provide me? You can't listen.
If I support the channel, that's you taking advantage of an opportunity for me to support the channel, right?
No, bro. This is something that you taking it. See, you got this mindset where it's like, that's not me taking advantage of you, bro. We're telling you that's something that you could do because you said you want to unite with us. You're here on this channel. So for you, right, you saying you want to unite. So what you would do is normal with respect. See, we from the South, and like hospitality is big, bro. Like we know how to act when we go in somebody else's town or when we in somebody else's home. It's a certain kind of hospitality thing that you don't have it. It seems like you don't really have it. You think that I gotta like say something to you for you to want to do something, and you should be showing us hospitality. You in our home. You was able to come here from our ancestors, so you should be showing the love and looking out and putting on. And it shouldn't be that I should be like, I'm taking advantage of something that you doing you got from our ancestors. You get what I'm saying?
Kind of. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking advantage of it. There's nothing wrong with taking advantage of something. And I don't know, like, so you got this one that's comment up here calling me a booty scratcher. And so I'm supposed to, show love and support while I'm being called names. I mean, I don't know.
What we would prefer is that if you just went away, frankly, and just stop pretending to be us. When you come to America, just say, "Hey, I'm a Ghanaian American," or "I'm a Nigerian American," or "I'm a bit like." We don't want you to pretend to be us, bro. That's all I'm asking. The best thing that you can do is stop pretending to be me. That's the best thing that you can do. That's the best thing that you can do, sir.
I'm not trying to unite with you. I'm talking to Water God.
That's what I'm saying. Water, can you meet this guy? Because he's this guy. I let the guy talk. Please let me speak. I just want to say that for Africans, people that's in Africa or in America that identify as African, you don't have to exist in our spaces. We're not asking for you to do anything. We're not asking for you to collaborate. We're not asking for you to organize with us. Be your own separate entity.
Speak for yourself. You speak for yourself. Speak for 60 million people.
please,
don't speak for
please,
millions
please,
of people.
Stop. I do.
Speak for your
Please.
own anecdotal experience.
Stop. Please, stop. Please. I need you. We don't want to be united with you, bro. That's why we're delineating. You're not understanding. You don't get these basic concepts.
We've established that for the 10th time. For the 10th time.
Get out your feelings, Nduge. Stop scratching for a second and listen to what I'm saying. Get this education, Nduge. Okay. Take the foo-foo out your ears and listen to what I'm saying, sir. We don't want you to come over here and represent us politically, economically, spiritually, or otherwise. We want you to stop pretending to be us. We want you to come to America and tell America, hey, I am an African American. I'm separate from that group of people. I am this. I'm a recent immigrant, a willing immigrant from Ghana or Nigeria or wherever you're from. That's all we're asking. That's what you can do for me, for all of us.
Put your Cash App in the chat, and I'll support. I'll show my support, my unification, my willingness to unite. I support your channel.
He's tricking. This dude's a trick. You know, just like the Nigeria. You must be from Nigeria because you're a trick. You're tricking. You know.
So here I am. Here I am showing material support, and it's still not good enough.
Sir, your little $10 material support. Come on, man.
If you don't want it, just say you don't want it.
This is his channel. This ain't my channel.
Bro, listen. It ain't even like that. We just saying that for you. We telling you, you said you want to unite. That's what you're saying. You're not showing. It's like, you know, that's what the channel, this is what people on the channel. But if you feel like the booty scratcher name is getting to you and all of that, and you feel like some kind of way, but that's just how we are, bro. We ain't gonna change. I mean, that's just how the type of people we are, and we don't feel like that's nothing detrimental for you to be like, I can't deal with y'all because you called me a booty scratcher, you know. But it is what it is. Love don't cost a thing. Now, I do believe he's an African because they are stingy as hell, and all they do is take. We ain't go.
I am literally trying to give back. I'm literally in the act of trying to give, and you're saying and all we do is take.
Well, see, that's the problem. When you're in Africa, right? In my time in Africa, it's very easy to get what you want with money. It's very easy. You could kill somebody and pay the right folks and walk away and be good. The difference between us and that is that I'm not looking for your scraps. I'm not looking for $10. People are not looking for money. People are looking for something that's a little bit deeper than money. People are looking for mutual respect. Sir, please, I'm speaking, sir. When I'm speaking, please, sir, just let me speak and I'll let you speak. All I'm saying is people are looking for mutual respect and understanding. And what we're saying is we've helped you guys too much. We're no longer willing to help you. You guys are out here on your own. You got to do your own thing. Hold your own.
How many times are you going to say that? We're not united. How many times are you going to say that?
Why are you so triggered by that? Why are you so triggered by the concept of you having to get it on your own?
Why do you keep saying it? We're not united.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like you guys get so angry when we tell you got to get it on your own now. Like, okay, you made it to a better
with Water God. I don't care what you're doing. I'm uniting with Water God and other people like me.
Okay, you choosing like a hoe, and I hear you. I get it. But my point is this, bro. At the end of the day, you can give whatever money, but we're not the same people.
Even mean I'm choosing like a hoe. What does that even mean?
That's what I'm saying. You don't know what it means because you're not from the lineage. You're not from our group, bro. We're not the same. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You have a white man's understanding of us. You don't have an understanding of us. You cosplay as us and you think that you're us because you have a similar phenotype when it comes to skin, but you don't have the same culture. You don't have the same practices. You don't have the same history. We're not the same.
God, if I was to support your channel, that means I'm trying to buy.
Sir, you're not us. It's an exclusive club, sir, and you're not part of it. It's an exclusive club, and you're not part of it, sir.
Respectfully. You don't want me to support the channel. If you don't want me to support the channel, just say that. You don't want me to pay homage to the ancestors. That's what I was trying to do, and now you say you don't want it.
You want me to pay homage to the ancestors? Now you sound like a brat.
Yes,
bro.
You get what I'm saying? It's like, bro, we ain't trying to force you and trying to, and like it ain't like that. We just trying to. You're saying you're trying to connect with us, so it's like we not trying to just say this is what you got to do to pay for our ancestors. We just wanted the respect for you to understand, and we really trying to get you to understand how we feel on this with the respect. It's not about you trying to donate to the channel, bro, for that. We're really doing this out of the love and the passion. You feel me?
I think I've been very respectful. I haven't called nobody out their name. I haven't said anything, sideways to anybody. I've been very respectful throughout this
Sir,
entire
you
conversation.
disrespected our culture several times.
Yeah,
You
kid.
disrespected our culture several times. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. We not finna like look. You ain't gotta like. It ain't even like that. We not asking you to donate to us. We saying you wanted to connect with us. So that's what they were saying in the chat. But we ain't finna keep going and saying, we trying to really push this black media for us, bro. This is something that's pushing our narrative out there. So if you ain't on a narrative already, we understand. We ain't trying to keep going back on you supporting our ancestors, bro. We trying to support our ancestors ourselves as well. You feel me? So that ain't even a point. It's not that, you know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to just, that ain't what we doing, man. We ain't arguing over you donating to us or not, but we just want the respect. Like people in the chat saying, we just want you to respect where we coming from. That's what we doing this for. We doing this for awareness and respect.
Well, that's part of the reason I'm here is for the understanding and the respect. I mean, respect comes from understanding. So I'm trying to understand your position.
And that's what Mama Lisa told me to do, because a lot of people, they don't want to have these dialogues, but Mama Lisa saying people got to understand and know what we saying and know what we standing on. But we just want our own. Y'all own it. Salute, man. Appreciate y'all kids and Mama Track, man, for supporting the channel, man. Y'all always been holding it down. Love, that's love, that's love.
Yeah, my thing is, why every time we start talking about, in these euphemisms that we use in our culture, you start deflecting to these white boy talking points. Now, the next thing you're going to start saying is we was kings. And I'm just like, bro, that shit is about Africans. Like that, I don't understand. And first of all, and then my thing is like ancestor worship is like traditional African religion. Like that's part of African religion. So how are you being so, this is what I say, when people saying you're a white boy, it's because you're disrespecting like your own shit. Because you don't it's like you came to America and you forgot where you was from, bro. And that's weird to me. I don't understand how I'm talking to you. People are talking about ancestor worship, and that's a traditional African thing, and you're being condescending about it, and you're denigrating something that is part of African culture. Why are you so confused?
But the hard R though, that's what really got me, bro. The way you said nigger, you was like nigger. It was like, it's just, it kind of gave me the vibes that you learned that from a Caucasian man. You know what I mean? Like we don't even, like Corey didn't even say the word like you said it. You know what I mean? He said it like he was from here. You said it like you was a Caucasian man.
What do you think my intent is then? What do you think what are you getting at?
He's saying that it was a Freudian slip and you're a pseudo-European. That's what he's saying.
I'm saying, from the way you said nigger, it was like,
I'm saying that's not true. That's not, and I'm saying that's not true. I'm saying I'm from Africa. I'm a black African. I'm a black African in America. I'm black in America. I'm not sure what else you want me to say, man. But I mean, we've established that we're not working together. This, Water God, I can rock with you. I support your channel. But I mean, if you don't want to link up, you want to unite, then it is what it is. I mean, I can't force you.
It's a little, we ain't got nothing to too much unite on, bro. And it seem a little Asian-y, you know what I mean? Seem a little weird, but hey, we appreciate you supporting though. Sure, Weber G, tell the banger to come up. Tell banger to cam up. He don't want to cam up, man. I've been telling him to cam up. I would like to see, because your voice.
Why do I need to cam up?
Huh?
Why do I need to cam up? Why?
We just wanted to see how you look, because your voice don't really, you know what I'm saying?
That's a lot. That's a lot right now. I mean,
I'm just saying, you saying you black, bro. You saying you black, but this the thing, right? When I hear you, when I hear how your points is not coming from, like, it don't resonate with me with a black person. When I hear you, how you talk, it don't resonate with an African person. So I would have to see you. It's like you don't have an accent, bro. You don't have an accent at all. You sound like you could be from Canada or something,
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like you don't sound like you're from Africa.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you think. I'm being disrespectful, or I mean,
No, it's like
it's a
you
conversation.
being disingenuous. It's like you ain't telling us where you from and you don't got an accent. You know, like you hear my accent. Like Corey from New York, I'm from Florida. We can tell where where each other's from. We can kind of from down here. From you, we're like you kind of sound like a you kind of sound Caucasian, bro. To be honest.
Mhm. So why would I do that? If that's not true. Well,
Oh, that ain't true. Okay, I'm just saying how it sounds. I don't know what you did.
yeah, I get it, man. I get it. You're not the first person to say that. I mean, I've been getting that for a long time. So, but what is the point? Why would I?
Yeah,
do
this dude thinks that because you wear that as a badge of honor, being compared to a white man. And again, this is the point that I'm making. Is that the African is a pseudo-European. See, you guys have been disconnected from your tribal practices for the most part. When the Arabs came 1,000 years ago and they kind of colonized large parts of Africa, then when the European came and now you have the Asian there, you guys don't have a base to operate on. And so for you look at whoever's at the top, and for whatever reason, you think that the white man is at the top. And so you emulate his speech intonations, you emulate his thought patterns, and you emulate his treatment of his own people, because frankly, the African today, the African leaders, whether it's Ruto in Kenya or Kagame in Rwanda or some of these other people in these other places, they have the same rulership attributes as colonial masters. And that's what we're not talking about. We're not talking about the fact that a lot of Africans behave like the European. When the Berlin Conference happened, that's had a major influence on the continent of Africa. And unfortunately, my brother, I hope you, even if you truly are Pan-African, I hope that one day you're able to crack open a book and learn about your history and stop, because the premise that you're gonna relinquish your citizenship and you're gonna relinquish who you are as a person, because like when you relinquish your citizenship and you tell people that you're American and you don't want to talk about where you're from, that's telling, man. That because like at your core, who you are is ultimately who your people are. That's part of who you are. That's a major part. So for you to just give that up freely, that speaks to your character. That speaks to a deceptive nature, much like the Ashkenazi Jew, much like the European. It speaks to a deceptive nature, and that's very problematic.
Banger. Have you ever heard of DJ Vlad?
Whoever said I was Pan-African? Who said that? I said that?
No, I don't know if he said that, but have you ever heard of DJ Vlad?
No, he said that I said I'm Pan-African.
Yeah, I said that you're Pan-African because when you're talking about we all black, the contention that you're making when you say we all black, so we should all be the same, that's a Pan-African contention. That contention comes from the mindset that blackness originates. Sir, we can't both talk at once.
Sure. Well, you talk a lot. You talk endlessly. You go on like these long filibusters. Like, well,
because I'm educating, my friend. Because I'm educating.
We're going back and forth. We can go back and forth. Like you can't be the only one talking in a dialogue.
Okay, go ahead, speak your piece,
my
friend.
monologue. Yeah, I said it's a political ideology that I don't subscribe to. Pan-Africanism. I mean, you can't tell me what political ideologies I subscribe to. So I'm not a Pan-African.
Right.
Now it's your turn to speak.
Okay. It's DJ Vlad. That's DJ Vlad, man. We got Vlad on the line, y'all. Let him go.
What's DJ Vlad?
You sound just like DJ Vlad.
Yeah, he's a DJ, all right, because he be mixing and scratching and shit. But the point that I'm making once again is that, sir, you're not white. Okay, I'm not telling you what your ideology is, but when you come into a room and you start telling us, well, we all black, we should all get along, that must be Pan-African. Because on what basis are we getting?
I didn't tell you guys what to do. Okay, I did not tell you guys what to do. I said I'm here to unite people that want to unite with me. I did not tell you guys what to do.
But are you?
Why don't you just should be trying to unite with people? Why are you trying to say I want to unite with people who want to unite with me?
Unite means I want to be a parasite. That's what unite is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
co-equal mutual aid and support is parasitic. How is that parasitic? It's a mutual understanding for mutual gain.
There is no mutual understanding because you disrespected my culture several times.
We've just established that. You said that 15 times. I get it. We're not united.
Right. So my question to you is, what mutual aid are you talking about?
Talking about then. So what are we talking about? If you and I are not
mutual aid? I'm just asking you to elaborate on your point. You made a point. I'm asking you to elaborate.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Now it don't matter because you don't have an answer, bro. You don't have an answer, my friend.
It's not for you. You don't want it.
I already asked
you. It's not
you.
for you.
What's the aid that we're because when I was in Africa, the aid I was giving dick and I was giving money. That's what the aid was. I'm not trying to get dick from you, and I don't need your money. So what's the mutual aid, sir?
I'm not with that fact shit. I'm not with that.
What's the mutual aid, sir?
Yo,
what's the aid?
Man, we had.
Why are you in Africa getting dick? The fuck is you talking about?
Look, man, listen. We gonna keep this. We gonna keep it going,
Hey,
man. Y'all with.
Yo, he let that slip though. He let that slip. He came out and said he's in Africa.
My man. I said when I was in Africa, I was giving dick and I was giving money. That was the mutual aid.
Giving dick.
I'm asking you. What's the aid?
Dick?
What are you giving? What are you? Dick? Yes, I was going to Africa and sleeping with your women. That's what I was doing. I was going to your continent and sleeping with your women. That's what I was doing. I was going.
You might have the aid. If somebody was giving you dick, you might have the aid.
So sir, how are you benefiting FBAs by coming to America?
No African, bro. Hello?
Hello?
Respect these folks. Yeah, man. He said he too comfortable. They always in our spaces, man. But we used to it. We still trying to, have a good time in here, but that got a little crazy at the end.
I'm only in this space because you've allowed it, and
I'm here to entertain the people. This is entertainment at the end of the day.
Yeah, this entertainment, bro. It's like booty, like all of that.
That's why y'all say I need to cam up and show. Like, who cares? We just talking. Relax.
But you made a claim.
Yeah,
but my thing is, brother, you made a statement. So I'm just asking.
Corey always got a but this, but that.
Because I want to know what's the mutual aid, sir. What's again? Like when I went over there, like I helped people, gave money for people for houses. I gave people employment skills. I help people build their resume. I help people get jobs over here, things like that. So my question to you is like, what are you doing for? Like my thing is, if you were to say, well, granite or cobalt is huge in the Congo, so we can come. If you bring the funds, I can get you in with somebody and you can purchase in bulk at a discounted rate. That's a mutual aid. But what you're talking about is really just, it's symbolism. It's just talking points.
Yeah.
Well, not really. If I engage in business in there's mutual financial gain on both on my behalf and on behalf of a so-called black. I don't know whatever you guys call yourselves. I don't want to use the wrong term, but that's the mutual aid. Anybody that's willing to engage in mutual support. Mutual aid.
Okay, but you got to be more specific because you're speaking in platitudes. What's the mutual aid?
I'm not going to dox myself on the internet.
Well, you're not doxing yourself by saying, "Hey, man, I know a guy."
I'm not talking about business practices on the internet. You
Why
either
not?
get it or you don't. Because
I'm
not
not outing yourself. Like I work in IT. I work in cybersecurity.
It's my intellectual property. It's my intellectual property, and I don't want to share it with you.
What intellectual property, sir? Cobalt is not intellectual property. Resources are not intellectual property. What are you talking about?
You either get it or you don't.
Well, sir, I don't. So I'm asking you. You made a statement. Can you help? I don't want to define the terms that you're using. You're using the terms. It'll be disrespectful for me to tell you what you're saying.
I don't need you to tell me what I'm saying. I don't need to define it to you. I don't need to elaborate.
See, you're not addressing the point in this whole conversation.
It's not.
You haven't been addressing the point, bro, because you keep saying mutual aid, and I'm like, well, shit. You got citizenship over here. You got access. You got access. You got access to public works. You got access to working sewer systems.
I know what it is.
Right. But you got access to working sewer systems. You got access to a democracy. You got access to vehicles that work. You got access to food of a certain quality. Well, let me not say that because Africa got some good ass food. But you have access to certain things that's not the norm in Africa. So that's how you're benefiting. So my question to you was like, how would like black people, black Americans be benefiting from Africa? Because everybody else is benefiting from Africa except for us. So I want to know how can we get a piece of the pie?
You don't want it. So what are you even asking?
Well, I do want it. That's why I was over there, getting it in with the women. I do want it. There's some resources over there. Like them African women got big old asses. That's part of it. That's if you were to say, listen, I got some chicks over there that I can hook you up, plug you in with. We can get them on the stroll. I would respect that.
Over here talking about how
we got some Rwandan tens that we can get on this stroll and get some paper.
Using Africa taking dick. Now you over here talking about women. Don't try to clean it up. It is what it is.
Okay, you're immature, sir. My thing is, we can go to Africa, like you know what they like to do in Kenya. They like to get women, because Kenya is basically Thailand when in Africa. So you got these brothels with all these Kenyan women, the Luo, the Luya, the Kikuyu, all that type of shit. They got all that over there.
You wasn't in no brothel. You was taking dick, like you said.
And they busting it open. Those women are busting it open on OnlyFans. So here's my thing. Here's my business plan for this brother, for this African, for this scratcher. What we can do is we can set up an OnlyFans account. We can get a nice house in wherever he's at, or we can get a nice house where I'm at. We can fly in some African broads and we can put them on the stroll and we can put them on OnlyFans and we can make some money. You understand? That's what I'm talking about. We can get some paper. That's mutual aid, brother. That's you giving me resources and we coming together to get this bread. You got dick on the brain, bro. I'm not talking about nobody. I'm talking about.
You said you was getting dick. You said you was getting dick in Africa. You said that.
Man,
okay, my brother. You got cock on the brain, sir.
This is painful to keep hearing, Banger. Come on, man. You a big bang. You the big banger now. Come on, man.
Even that name is suspect. Big Banger. Come on, brother. Come on, dude. But anyway, Water God. Doesn't that sound like a plan? Like you get some chicks from Kenya, right? You get some chicks from Nairobi. Some of these thick Luo women, you have them. You fly them here on a tourist visa, and then you have a little brothel setup, or you have your little, you know what I'm saying, a little OnlyFans setup, and you get this bread. You know what I'm saying? That's mutual aid, is it not?
Just first, but listen, Big Banger. This how I want to get it before we got a brother hero. He wanna talk, but hold on. Our point is for you to want to unite with us, you're gonna have to. It just seems like you just want to, get money with somebody that's FBA. It seems like you want more than you want to, help out. That's what it seems like to us. I want to know what the chat say, but hero, man, what you got?
The key word is
now, bro.
Huh?
You should be able to hear me now, right?
Yep, I can hear you, bro. You good?
All right, that's okay. So what I was saying was, we ain't gonna mention brothers' false equivalencies. We ain't gonna get into that. One of the things that I be saying that I think a lot of people really don't hit on is the fact that we talk about it, but we don't really place emphasis on the mindset. We got a totally different mindset from everybody else around the world. I think that the quintessence of our behavior is our resistance to the machine. We be raging against the machine. And I'm gonna give you an example. Like even when you hear one of the excuses from a lot of people in the continent, they be like, "Oh, we saw so many bad images of y'all, the movies, the television." The same machine was making movies and television shows about y'all too. But what did we do? We bucked back and we said, "Them ain't our brothers and sisters over there acting like that." Because, like we said, the conceptual framework of this is at the beginning of it started with us starting off as Pan-Africanists, right? We was like, nah, we for all people all across the planet that got a little melanin in their skin, right? And yet we was even championing them for being the builders and creators of civilization over there. But what did they do? They even turned their back on us on that. When white folks were saying, I say Blancos, but Blancos was even saying that aliens built the pyramids. I remember when Kevin Hart went over there to Egypt and he was like, man, black people built the pyramids. The Arabs damn near kicked them out the country and then said you can't come back. And yet it was no so-called quote unquote Africans to sit up there and say, no, we really did build them pyramids. They stayed quiet. They don't buck against the system. See, because we know that his weapons is his science. Science comes from Latin. The root word means scientia, which means to know. We know this Blanco don't know shit. And so we come around, when he comes around and he peddles, everything that he peddles is a weapon. And we the only ones on this planet who seem to understand that. These niggas come over here and like you said, they camouflage themselves and they'll sit up there and say, well, I work hard. Well, FBAs really only take that as, nigga, you trying to just come in,
sit back, see what you can get, and you'll leave. And how do we know that? We look at the spending power of our people. Now, some people say, okay, what y'all doing with that 1.7 trillion? Well, come on, man. We combating a lot of different variables in an effort to make sure that we can make that as, a biggest weapon as we possibly can. But what we do find is that if you take, for example, in Atlanta's GDP is $6 billion. That's larger than any GDP of any African country. So even from so we looking at the dollar amounts, you may not say that it steers itself toward collectivism, but what you can say from the dollar amount is that even in the midst of everything that we're going through, we still find a way to make it. And in the process of doing so, we've been gathering information and everything else to cement our identity. And so when we say we Black Americans, when we say that, I done heard from my grandmother and great-great-grandmother and great-great-grandfather that they told us that we ain't never been off this land. What do they say to us? Oh, well, where's the evidence to support that? And we provide you with evidence, and then you move the goalposts. So we're saying that you're never going to respect anything that we say, anything that we do, because you've been indoctrinated to such a degree that when you come over here, you just can't shake it. Everything about you, your whole frequency has been robbed. There was a guy who said the first one to the mind is the winner. And they've already won with these immigrants. They come over here and like they said, they get into the system and they keep the system running efficiently and at a high pace. And the process of doing so, Black Americans are saying, like, look, we've been telling y'all over and over again that everything that they do, they weaponize it. And then when they start turning the cannons toward them, all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, y'all was right. Oh, my bad. Oh, we should be working together. No, you knew that before you stepped your ass over here. And you ignored it. And this is the problem that we have, because we know that everything that he does, everything that she does has been formulated as a weapon. And we've been trying to educate people all across the globe with that. And then, the problem has been, even after the fact, they'll sit up there and say, oh, you guys are not educated. And all of it comes from a place where they're saying that you guys do not accept what this Blanco has been teaching you. And we don't. Because if we know that, if you ask any real FBA, they're going to say to you, when is the Blanco lying? We're going to tell you when that nigga mouth is moving. That's when he lying. He lies all the time. He's the father of the lie. And then yet his children come over here and they do everything to subvert all of the progress that's being made by what?
Yeah, man, it's kind of going in. It's kind of like the volume now. It's kind of like you got a monster talking with you, like, I don't know what's with the phone.
Well, I'm in the country too, man. I'm in Michigan, Allegheny County in the country.
It's all static. You got a bad connection.
So you can't hear me now? You still
hear? Yeah, it's like bad connection, man. Try to jump in and jump back out. I take one bush meat and make another bush meat that turns out to be an ultimate bush meat. So, man, so what's your rebuttal to that, Banger?
I'll be honest, I couldn't pick up most of what he was saying. There was a lot of feedback. I was wondering how long he was going to let that go on, but I couldn't really understand what he was saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Corey. According to you, you can't get past the smell. Cyborg. But hey, man, he put salute to the ancestors for the love, knowledge, and wisdom and guidance. I appreciate you, Yaya kids, for always tapping in. For real, appreciate that, man. But we like to have these uncomfortable conversations. Walk back to where you started talking, it was clear. Yeah, shout out to everybody, man, who participated in the chat, man. Hero was snapping. I wanted to hear more of what he had to say. I love trans women. What?
Yo.
Yo, that's Corey said that? That sounds like something.
That's your mother, you fucking scratcher.
Yo, let's keep it.
Nah, but yo.
Is it okay if I come to the program tomorrow? If you have a stream support, can I come and support?
Bro, I mean, you don't like to be called the you don't like when the chat, you feel like you have a disconnect with us, but it seems like you attached to us. It seems like you trying to learn something. Seems like there's something going on, bro. Is somebody paying you?
keep it real with me, bro. Is somebody paying you to come on the chat?
You said I'm trying to learn from you guys, and that's what I said earlier.
I said it's
learning.
Yeah, but I'm saying like
I'm understanding.
Right. I'm saying though, but what makes you wanna like? What is it about us or the channel that make you feel like you want to be around so bad?
Bro, there's not always an ulterior motive. Not everybody's a troll, and not everybody's trolling. Some people is in here for genuine conversations, and why that's beyond
tell
like
me some positive, right? But just tell me something about the channel or something, bro. Like, okay, but look, I understand.
I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the intellectual back and forth. That's it. That's all.
Right, but I'm just trying to understand because it's a lot of people come on here. You know, we got a guy named Rio. It's a lot of people that consistently come over here and disagree with what we saying, but I'm just trying to understand what is it, and you saying it's the conversation. Like, what is it that makes people come here and they want to, you know, they feel like this space is a good space for them to come, you know, and talk. I just wanted to get your opinion. How long you been following the channel?
Only a couple days. You're a gracious host. You allow freedom of thought and intellectual dialogue and back and forth. I mean, some people come up here and talk forever, but for the most part, you allow people to speak freely. And we engage in these, historical conversations about history and society, culture, and I appreciate that, man. So that's it, man. I mean, I'm not an agent of the government.
I mean, check it, because I mean, you got to understand what we've been through in this country too. Because even on my channel, if you ask Mickey Jones and a lot of the, the mods here, they remember a time when I was talking about this recklessly. I'm getting shadow banned, and we done had people come on the channel that was work for the Nigerian government, and we had a lot of different, characters coming on the channel. So that's all. We just, we just want to know. We just want to be open and understanding what's going on. Corey G, he's not talking about you. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody for tapping in, man. We like to have, this is for entertainment, and y'all be having some jokes. Y'all had me rolling for a little bit with the booty scratcher. Even though Banger ain't like that too much, but it was.
Hey, yeah, don't forget about that part when Corey talking about he taking all that dick in Africa. That was hilarious.
Come on, man. I thought you don't like talking about the gay stuff, bro. What's up with that?
I don't, but you brought it up.
Damn, you keep saying it. It's like, my God.
I couldn't believe he got on the internet and said that in front of the whole world, how he in Africa take a dick. And then you try to switch it up talking about OnlyFans and women. I mean, bro, you said in Africa getting dick. People was giving you dick. And that was crazy.
Bro.
Yeah, respect.
You're so funny, man. You tethers, man. Your humor is just so fucking hilarious, dude. You got it, bro.
Yeah, man. Now we ain't trying to do that gay stuff like Barack Obama said. Huh?
I said that's what I said. I ain't trying to do that gay shit. I ain't like with that.
Yeah, we ain't in that, man. But Barack Obama started it. But this was a good chat, man. We're gonna have more discussions like this. But I got some videos we exposing the Black Caucus. And we're exposing some of the African, tethering that's going on with the Caribbean and African nations. So you definitely need to check out with your people, Banger, because you need to probably, go to talking to them, because we're going to expose them on this channel. But it's all good.
Not all them people are my people. Just like not all your people is your people. Like, you don't represent speak for all your people. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, well, you won't tell us where you're from. So until we know what country you're from,
right? I don't even know who your people is.
I'm American. I'm American, just like you American.
No, you're not.
I get back into that.
No. Before we close out, let's clear this up. You're not an American like us. That's like Vivek Ramaswamy saying that, he's an American just like everybody else. I did a video on that. You can't, you stop saying that, bro. You got a citizenship, but you can't compare your American citizenship to mine. You get what I'm saying? Somebody that's foundational, that don't got no other home. That's disrespectful, bro.
What tangible document do you have that says we're different kinds of Americans?
What tangible
document? The Declaration of Independence, the Constitution. Before that, the Articles of the Confederacy. Yeah.
You got it.
So you have
Birthright
a piece of paper.
citizenship.
What piece of paper says you're more American than me?
Birthright citizenship.
Well, I don't need a piece of paper to validate me, bro. That's just,
you don't have one. Okay, so you don't have one. Got it.
Just
So
like
we're-
you don't have a country of origin, right? Just like you don't have a country of origin. You don't have a tribe. You're just a stateless African, right?
I'm an American. I have a state.
you're not. I mean,
My state
You're a
is the United
U.S.
States.
citizen. You're a U.S. citizen, yeah, for sure.
Just like you are. Just exactly. I'm glad you got that. Just like you are.
Yeah, but we're not classified the same, brother. And you're gonna see that change very soon. We already having these meetings with
bro.
OPM.
You gotta stop that, bro. You
So
gotta.
you don't have a piece of paper. You have nothing that says you're more American than me.
Bro,
You
we
have
got
nothing.
birthright citizenship was for us, bro. What is you talking about?
Well, I have
Is
land
it-
grants. We
in
have
your
land
wallet?
grants. We have deeds.
Is it on your
Like my
birth
family,
certificate?
we have land. Like I'm sure Water God's family got land in Florida. My family has land in North and South Carolina and Craven County. So we have land. We have
people
things
own
that
land
go
in
back.
California. My
Let me
people
finish,
own
sir.
land in California. Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish, sir. We have land grants and deeds from the 1800s, sir. Not from you just came and bought some shit so you can open up a Dunkin' Donuts with your Indian homeboy. I'm talking about some shit that goes back hundreds of years. I'm talking about pictures. I'm talking about pictures of my family. Okay, my great grandfather in World War II. These are the kinds of things that I'm talking about, sir. Fighting for this country. You guys, what wars have you participated in on behalf of the United States?
What piece of paper or document do you have that says
What
you're
war, what blood have you shed on behalf of the United States?
How are you more American than me?
Sir, I just told you I'm a veteran. I was in the Air Force for 10 years. That alone. What are we talking about, sir?
So that means you're more American than me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The people that build something, sir, it's called foundational for a reason. The term foundational describes somebody that is foundational.
Where is
to the
that ever
country.
used? Where is that ever
Huh?
used institutionally?
It's used
Where is this
all over.
term?
It's used in universities. It's used in
Internet.
official documentation. It's used in state level documentation. It's used in universities. It's used all
Does the
over in every
OMB
serious
use-
institution.
the OMB
Every
uses
serious
it on
institution,
the census?
sir.
Is it
Sir.
used on the census? You're not
It
saying
will be
anything.
very soon.
It's
It
not
will
true.
be.
So
It will
it's
be on
not.
the census.
It will
It
be,
will be.
but it's not right now. It will be,
Like
but
you
it's
don't
not.
have a homeland right now, sir. Just like you don't have a place that you're from right now.
Yeah, that don't mean you can't put yourself with us, though, bro. Yeah,
Sir, the
that
difference
don't
between
mean
you and
can
me,
say us.
the difference is, Water God, the big difference is when it's time to get deported, guess who stays and guess who goes? Guess who has conditional citizenship?
I'm a citizen. I'm an American.
You have conditional citizenship, sir.
I'm an
When it comes
American.
time to getting deported, ain't nobody
They
sending
can
me no
revoke
way.
that.
They can send your
revoke
ass back to Ghana.
citizenship, bro.
They can
They
revoke
can send
mine. They
your
can
ass back
revoke
to
yours.
Port-au-Prince or wherever you
They
came
can
from. They can
revoke
send you
mine.
back.
They can
You
revoke
commit a
yours.
crime here, you're going back, sir. Commit a crime here and you're going back. Commit some fraud and you're
That's
going back
fact.
home.
How
sir.
are they going to revoke my citizenship? I'm a legal citizen.
How?
I'm an American.
Because it's
Yeah.
conditional, sir. It's conditional.
It's nothing
They'll
conditional.
put
My
your ass.
passport's the same as
They'll
your
put your
passport.
ass in a jail. They'll put your ass in a
Okay.
jail,
It
and they will
sounds
take
good.
your citizenship. In the court of law, they'll take your citizenship, sir. They can't deport me, sir. That's the difference. I can't be deported. Where are they
They
gonna
can't
send me to?
deport me. They can't
Yeah,
deport
they
me. When I
can.
screwed up,
Yes, they
I have
can.
proof I'm a citizen.
Bro, it
The
doesn't
proof that
say
I'm a
what the
citizen is the
citizenship.
exact same proof you have.
Your
The
citizenship
proof I
is
have,
national.
exact same proof you have.
Sir, you're gonna have to go back to Somalia soon, sir. Okay, you're gonna have to go back. They're sending your
Sounds
ass
good.
back soon.
Okay.
I can hear him knocking on the door, brother. And new guy,
I'm an American.
and new guy,
Just
open
like
the
you,
door.
American.
Listen, bro. In California, right? Just like CalDog just said, in California, they're about to start making people prove lineage. They're going to make you prove how long your people have been in this country.
If they ask me, they gonna ask you. If
And
somebody
I'm
comes
gonna,
up
and I'm
to
gonna
me
pull up,
asking
and you
me,
know what?
got more
We're gonna pull
proof.
up, but we
You got
have
more
proof,
of a
sir. We have
lineage
the
than you.
genealogy. We have the
that was my
genealogy.
question, Water God. Hold on, Water God. That was my question. You said you have more proof. What more proof do you have than I have? What more do you have?
He has his lineage. He has his parents to show that he's been in this country way longer than you.
How do you show your lineage? What
show your
document?
lineage. Okay, I'm gonna tell you because it's obvious that you ain't never done it because your paperwork says January 1st, 1999 on it. So I'm gonna tell you for somebody with a real birth certificate. We trace our genealogy back.
He can't help himself.
We trace them back to the first census in 1790 or before. If there's records, you use records. Records, sir. Primary sources, sir. This is scientific, okay? You use genealogy. That's what you do. How long have you been here? Did you come here after the Civil Rights Bill in 1965? Or have you been here before the establishment of the United States in the 1790s? Did you come in the 1800s? That's how they do it, sir. I know they don't have record keeping in Africa, but this is how we do it on this side of the world. We have lineages. We have genealogies. That's how it works.
You're in the street. ICE rolls up, says, "Hey, prove your citizenship, prove your lineage." You're whipping out what? A census.
I put out my veterans ID. That's what I would do.
Okay,
that's what I would do. I put out my veterans ID. I pull out my contractor card.
That's not proof of citizenship. That's not proof of citizenship. There are non-citizens. There are non-citizens in the military. You might want to look it up,
sir. Okay, I can pull out my birth certificate. My birth certificate, where I was born, is in Manhattan, New York, sir. So where would your citizenship? Where would your birth certificate say on it?
So you can track all of those people on the birth certificates. You can pretty much track birth certificates from your mom and dad, and it'll lead you to someone that's foundational, bro. It's not the same as you who just got over here and you have no lineage of this country. You can't compare that and say it's the same. That's all we trying to say.
I'm saying I have proof of citizenship, and you guys are saying, nah, I'm gonna get.
But do you feel like you're the same as us? Do you feel like you
I'm an American?
You know what I'm saying? Huh?
I'm an American.
No. We're not saying that you don't have. We're not saying that you're a citizen. We're saying that you're not in our ethnic group. We're saying we're a separate ethnic group. You are a citizen, but you ain't FBA.
I never once said we're in the same ethnic group. I said I want to
unite. And the point that right, but you have conditional citizenship, sir. Your citizenship is conditional, and laws always change, right? Like here's the thing, here's what I'm saying: laws can always be changed, right? So
it was conditional for a period of time, a probationary period of time, but it is full permanent.
Right, but if you had to go through a probation to be somewhere, my man, you ain't really from there. You're not really soil there, bro. If you got to go through probation,
I'm an American. Say what you want to say.
You're a U.S. citizen. Absolutely, there's different statuses, and I don't want to get into maritime law.
And an American. Right now, if I was to go to Mexico, if I was going to cross the border into Mexico, they say, "What's your citizenship?" I would say American. Be mad.
But they're not going to ask you what your citizen. They're going to look at you and they're going to be like, "Oh, hey, this is Nduge." They're going to be like, "Yeah, that's Babatunde." They're going to know that you're not an FBA. They know the. You think they don't know the difference?
Mm-hmm.
You think that these people, just like when I go to Africa, just like when I go to Thailand, you think they don't know that you think that when the Nigerians go to Japan and they tell, "Oh, we FBA Niga," you think that they don't know? They could tell, but you don't even have the right Jordans on. You got on 6 rings. I got on 3. I got on black cement 3s. That's the difference. You understand? It's a difference.
Shoes,
you got on.
Shoes don't make me.
It's a difference.
Shoes and clothes.
Understand?
I'm not even sure.
Oh, shoes and clothes.
You sound crazy right now.
But you're 2005 with throwback with Mitchell and Ness throwback jerseys and shit. So the point that I'm making is that you are a U.S. citizen, sir, and that's true. But you are an African ethnic.
Thank you. Glad you understand now.
African blood.
Glad you understand.
Your blood is African. Your blood is African blood, my friend. My blood ain't African blood. This is American soil right here, bro. That's the difference. You understand? That's the difference. Your citizenship is conditional. You do the wrong thing in this place.
Where does it say your blood is American? Where does it say that at? Where does it say?
They're gonna send you back to Hamite land, sir. When you get arrested, they're gonna send you back to Hamite land.
That's
what happens
right there.
You break the law.
That's white people shit right there. So we
it's not white people shit. It's not white people shit. This is the truth.
That's eugenicist shit. That's eugenicist.
What?
Talk.
You being a Hamite?
Yeah, we the sons of Ham.
What? You being a Hamite? That's not eugenicist talk. That's not eugenicist talk. You're a Hamite. We're not the same, brother. We're not the same religion. We're not the same.
You know what eugenicist is?
Excuse me?
Do you know what eugenicist is?
Eugenicist is based off of phenotype. It's not based off of any type of spiritual record. So you're incorrect on that front. You're a Hamite, meaning you're a different type
How
of.
am I? I asked you a question. How could I be? How's it possible to be incorrect when I just asked you a question?
Sir,
this is what I'm saying.
You just told me. You just said that a Hamite is eugenicist talk. So you don't even know the origins of the term. You don't even know the origins of the term, sir. I didn't call you Negroid.
That's what
I didn't call you Negroid. I called you a Hamite. So you have a different spiritual destiny, and you trying to destiny swap.
Yeah,
and we can't be. We're immune to your destiny swapping, sir. Listen, we're immune to the destiny swapping. Right, but that's not going to protect you
with the backflips, the backflips and the spaceships. It's irrelevant. I'm American.
But sir, you could be as American as you want to be, but everybody knows that you ain't one of us. That's the thing. The power don't lie in just being American. The power lies in the FBA. We're the power, just like
definitely American.
You know how the Green Lantern. You know how the Green Lantern has his power ring. You know how the Green Lantern uses the lantern to power up his ring. Imagine America is the
all Americans look the same.
No, we don't. No, we do not.
Exactly.
Not an ethnic.
Exactly. We look different. Both That's right. We look different, and we're both Americans. I'm glad you got it all figured out, bro.
But you're a revocable American, sir. That's what you're not understanding. You're a revocable American. You're a temporary American. You're a 90-day American, sir.
It sounds good.
I'm saying when I go to jail, I go to prison somewhere. You go to Guantanamo Bay. That's the difference.
Nah, I've never been to
you go
jail.
To Guantanamo Bay. That's the difference.
You
understand, brother?
You don't want to go there.
But hey, man, look.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, guys, it was good, man. We've been rapping, man. It's been, it was good talks we had, but definitely you got to stop that banger. You ain't the same as us, bro. You can't be, you got to stop that now. You can't say you the same American. You an American,
Okay. I'll come through tomorrow. We can argue about tomorrow. Yeah, get some rest, bro.
All right, man. Bring them.
We'll be here. But man, Corey, bro, I appreciate you for tapping in, man. You want to go ahead and close them out and land your plane, bro?
Yeah, I just want to say, we not the same. They're not like us. And then also, I think you should get more Latinos and some Asians on this panel too, so we can go in on them as well. The tethers is too easy. We need to get some new punching bags up here.
We need some new stuff. I feel you. Day 2 of that BS. Shout out to Lotus Time, man, for tapping in. Y'all know how we do.
But yeah, man, please block him. He's exhausted, not entertaining. For real, man. We need some more haters, more tethers. So y'all know they coming, man. We ain't have Rio tonight. He normally come at us with the Jamaican stuff. Banger said, we the same. Man, all right, man. Listen, I'll catch y'all in the next video, man. Peace and love. This was a long one. I appreciate y'all. Everybody who supported. I love and appreciate y'all, man. We back at it tomorrow. Y'all know how we do. Peace and love.